and welcome members, the public present, and anyone watching online on the Council's YouTube channel to this Council meeting of Cambridge City Council. Some housekeeping announcement first. We are not expecting the fire alarm to go off. If it does, please leave everything and follow the exit signs on the Peace Hill side of the building and exit via Peace Hill door and assemble in St. Mary's Passage. Members of the public watching may see councillors using laptops and phones during the meeting. This is because many of us now use our laptop and phones to read the agenda, information pack, and speeches, and it enables us to contribute to the meeting in an effective way. As we now streaming, all meeting members should be aware that the content of your devices may be caught on camera. We have very full agenda tonight and a large number of public questions received. I know we will have strong debate, but I ask the councillors to be succinct and do not repeat each other. Agenda item 1, confirmation of the minutes. May I approve as the correct record of the minutes of the meeting of the council held on 23rd May 2024, 11 a.m. and 5 minutes past 11 meeting. Copies of the minutes can be found in the agenda starting page 15. See, are you all happy to approve the minutes of the last meeting? Thank you. Agenda item 2, Mayor's announcement. Apologies have been received from councillors Aston, Councillor Wade, Councillor Shields, and Councillor Howard. Are there any other apologies?
Councillor Wade. Mayor.
That has been received. Thank you.
And
Councillor Davey.
That has been, yeah. Are there any apologies for lateness?
Councillor Smart, unless he's already arrived? No, he hasn't.
Thank you. And Councillor Davey and Councillor Todd is here. Are participating in the meeting online. While they can contribute to the debate and answer any questions they are unable to take part in any vote or move, second, a motion or recommendation. As we have full agenda, so before that, on behalf of the council, I would like to congratulate our fellow councillor Sam Carling for his exciting election as MP for North West Cambridge and elevation to Westminster.
Thank you.
A question.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think you said I was joining on Zoom. I'm actually here, present in the council chamber.
Apologies. And we all wish Councillor Carling the best in his new role and look forward to hearing about his new chapter in his life. I would also like to congratulate all other councillors who put themselves forward as member of the Parliament, Councillor Payne and Councillor Tong. Your commitment to public service is truly commendable, and we look forward to continue working with you here in the City Council. I would also like to thank all of our fantastic council staff who put all time, effort, care, and attention into ensuring we had a well-run election day on the 4th of July, despite a very short notice of election. As we have a full agenda, I will just say that I have had a busy and enjoyable 8 weeks in post as mayor. As I know my predecessor as mayor made a call on the situation in the Middle East over the course of the last 9 months, I would like to reiterate the call for an immediate ceasefire and the return of the hostages. I remain concerned about the state of conflict in the Middle East and call all leaders across the world to champion peace in the region, to save lives and put an end to the bloodshed and negotiate with all parties to come to an amicable settlement of the issue and urge the international leadership to take the lead to resolve the conflict. Cambridge is known as a city of sanctuary, welcoming people from across the world and from a number of diverse backgrounds. As the mayor of Cambridge, as the first citizen, I wish all our residents to feel safe within the city. I have attended a number of events across the city, which includes March Sermon and Midsummer Fair, both of which were enjoyable days. And of course, I have the Harvest Festival on 6th of October to look forward to. I look forward to see as many members there as possible. Finally, at my discretion, I am going to move item 6A, recommendation from the Employment Senior Officer Committee to the end of the agenda, and will take this as the last item, as this item may require moving to exempt session. Agenda item 3, declaration of interest. Do members have any interest to declare? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to declare in respect of Councillor Tong's motion 8A, private renters, that I am an accidental micro landlady.
Thank you. Are there any other? Yep.
I also need to declare in regard of Councillor Tong's motion that I have a property which is rented.
Thank you. Thank you, duly noted. Member, Bajan.
Chair, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Well, noted, thank you. Members are reminded, sorry, Tom.
Chair, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Thank you, it's noted. Councillor Simon. Well noted.
I have an interest in rented property too.
And Councillor Delwa Hussain. Well noted, thank you. Councillor Bay.
Just to make it an all-party affair, I have an interest in rented properties.
Well noted. Councillor Smith.
If we are going down the Cambridge Cycling Campaign route, then I'm also a member.
Well noted. Yep.
I'm also a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Yeah. Members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during the debate. Now, agenda item 4, public questions. Public speaking rules provide that members of the public must send the text of their public question in advance of the meeting. The text of the question will no longer be read out, as it will be published in advance of the meeting, available in the information pack, and also shared on the screen. Members of the public can introduce themselves and advise if they are speaking on behalf of a group. Public question time will last for a maximum of 30 minutes. The executive councillor or chair of the committee will have 2 minutes to respond. Members of the public have 2 minutes for a supplementary question or can comment on something that has been said, and an executive councillor or chair of the committee has 2 minutes to respond. A bell will ring when we have 30 seconds left, and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Question number one from Peter Parson. Would you like to take the seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group?
I have now. My name is Peter Parsons. I'm here as a council taxpayer. It's gone on. Representing the leaseholders of Parkside Place in Cambridge, who are also council taxpayers. But I'm also representing a large number of other council taxpayers, neighbours, friends, members of my church, my clubs, who are also aware of this question and have asked me to put this to the council.
Thank you. Can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond?
Thank you, Peter Parsons, for bringing this to the council. I'm answering this on behalf of our leader, Mike Davey, who's unable to attend today. So he's provided me with some notes. So the council does note that the questions relate to the burden of additional costs on the fire authority and the chief fire officer in a meeting on June the 20th of this year, and has indicated that they may be seeking legal advice on...
Council, sorry to interrupt you. Can there is not... Oh, yeah, thank you.
Is this better? Yep. And has indicated they may be seeking legal advice on their position. In any case, I have some responses for you. I'm not going to read out your questions, just the responses. So the response to the first one is, the Section 106 agreement offers some protection to occupiers of affordable dwellings capped to RPI, but does not offer any protection to third parties, and it is not the place of a planning obligation to offer such protection. Second question, the service charge to non-affordable leaseholders is a civil legal dispute, is not controlled through the planning permission, and is therefore not something the local planning authority can intervene on, notwithstanding how the charge may have been derived. And then to your third question, the answer is that there is no identifiable planning breach. But I want to add something myself. I have been contacted numerous times by individual residents and groups of residents regarding issues about leasehold and service charge, and I think many councillors in this chamber have as well. I know that there have been years of campaigning across the country to rectify injustices. I know that the government yesterday included the draft leasehold and common hold reform bill, and I really hope that the injustice of leasehold estates will end sometime soon.
Thank you for those.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My supplementary question relates to the Section 106 agreement, which I agree that the developer in this case has satisfied the terms of the Section 106 agreement in that they have satisfied this issue of making certain that the affordable housing units do not pay service charges in excess, that go up in excess of retail price index. That was their obligation. The obligation, though, has been moved to other parties. They have satisfied their obligation by moving it to other parties. One being the leaseholders of Parkside Place, and as you quite rightly point out, that is a civil issue which we have legal issues going on with the developer in respect of that. But the other party that the liability has been moved to is the fire authority. And the fire authority have so far incurred £50,000 of additional costs that were these excess charges that would have been charges on the affordable housing units were it not for the 106 agreement. And it is that 50,000 that is then, of course, passed on to council taxpayers under the precept. And if I just reiterate, whilst I accept that the developer has not breached the terms of the Section 106 agreement, it has transferred their obligation to other parties, one of whom is the fire station.
Thank you. Can the Executive Council respond? Again, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for that clarification. I don't think I can make any comment on what you said, but it's been noted, and I think the leader will have listened, or will hear, and this will be minuted. And I think that one of the things that might be necessary is maybe to speak to the fire authority and try and get some more information to understand and see whether this council is able to respond more comprehensively on those last points. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move on to question number 2. Sorry for my pronunciation, Venti Bleth would like to take to the seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group.
I thought you, do I actually want me to read the question out? I thought you...
Want you to introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry. I'm Wendy Blythe. I'm chair of the Federation of Cambridge Residents Associations.
Can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond?
Thank you, Wendy Blythe, for bringing your question to the Council, which highlights the petition and also the good work to raise awareness by the Federation of Cambridge Residents Association and other organisations like Cam Valley Forum regarding environmental issues in the city and region. In fact, it was you and the chair of Cam Valley Forum, Stephen Tompkins, who first raised the water scarcity issue here in this council chamber back in the very dry summer of 2019. This chamber are concerned about the water environment and the effects of climate change. We can already see record-breaking hot summers and also long periods of heavy sustained rainfall like we've experienced recently. Our council, both officers and leaders, have been pressing the government, water companies and other agencies to take action since the issues regarding water supply began to come to light and continue to do so. You have requested a level of assurance by giving regard to determination of planning applications. The Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 requires that planning applications be determined in accordance with the development or local plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. It's the Council's job to weigh up the range of issues and the merits of each application, giving an appropriate weight to any Environment Agency objections alongside other factors. In determining the applications, the Council each application must be considered separately, and it would not be appropriate to adopt a single position for all proposed development in the city. As a council, we will press for the resolution of the water needs as a priority to keep our residents and us councillors, and to keep residents and councillors informed of any progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Councillor Thornborough. In fact, it was we brought the attention to councillors as far back as 2014-15 at a workshop that we organised, that FECRA organised with city leaders, at which the water issues were raised and discussions recorded of what the Environment Agency was advising. So what I want to say is that the proposed New Fen Reservoir will not provide the water to supercharge Greater Cambridge. Cambridge Water say it will provide only half their future supply needs, based on building 46,000 new homes by 2050 across their whole area. That's from the latest draft Water Resources Management Plan. In the meantime, residents are informed that the Director of Planning for Greater Cambridge has approved plans for the West Cambridge site. What residents want to know is, on what grounds has he done so? He cites a significant amount of activity associated with water issues in Greater Cambridge last year and says he has taken legal advice. But where is the evidence backing his decision? That's what residents would like to know. Thank you.
Can the Executive Council respond? Again, may I remind you that you have 2 minutes.
The City Council refused were involved in refusal of 2 planning applications based on the Environment Agency advice, objections about water. One was the Brookgate development at North Cambridge Station and Darwin Green. Both applications went to planning appeal and then subsequently to the Secretary of State. So the appeal decision and the Secretary of State's decision about about giving consent to those applications became a material consideration, so that the application at West Cambridge had been approved, the recommendation of the officers had been approved by the committee, and there was a process of dealing with S106 agreements, which took some time. There was an Environment Agency objection, but based on the Secretary of State and the appeal decisions from those 2 previous applications was the reason why that application was processed. But every application, as we go forward, we will continue to seek evidence of matters that we need to take into consideration in the local plan. So we are seeking evidence about how the Fen Reservoir is progressing and things like a trial for the water credits. So we seek evidence, and the Planning Committee will continue to question and all material considerations coming to the committee. Thank you.
Now we move on to question number 3. Leah Robinson has submitted a question, which means she is not attending. So can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please can I again remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Scholars Court is a block of flats that the council leases, and it is managed by Carter Jones. We are not involved in setting the charges for the communal heating system. We did see similar increase in charges in other blocks of flats across the city with communal heating last year, and also saw energy costs increase significantly for communal heating and lighting across our blocks of flats. Our housing team will make contact with Carter Jones to find out more about the increase and why they are increasing now, and requests this is communicated with all residents. If anyone is experiencing financial hardship, we do offer financial inclusion support to our tenants, and this can be assessed by their housing officer. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Question number 4. Jamie Brightman would like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group. Thank you.
It's Janie Brightman. I'm speaking on behalf of Gypsy Roma Traveller Solidarity Network. We've been working with travellers for many years.
Thank you. Can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, Rachel Wade, whose executive portfolio this falls under, is unable to make full council tonight, so I'm responding on her behalf. Sorry. I think it's unfair to say that Rachel, Executive Councillor for Communities or the Council, hasn't been working on this particular issue or taking it seriously. Unfortunately, if the answer was to simply find a small plot of land, I'm sure we would have already taken up that opportunity. However, while multiple areas have been considered as temporary sites, ultimately they have not been found suitable. In addition, this is not just a City Council issue. We need to work with our partners in South Cambs and the County Council who are essential in this process, whose political priorities are not necessarily aligned with our own at all times. In speaking to Rachel, she's confirmed that she's now a member of the GRT steering group going forward, which was previously set up by Councillor Healy, and has been pushing for details of the Gitana report, including costings, remit, scope, and details of its commission. We're reviewing City Council officer capacity to ensure we can give as much help as we can to help with this process. She has also clearly communicated this with officers as a matter of urgency for herself as exec, and therefore the City Council, and I know she has also reiterated this to you. This is also a planning issue, and Executive Councillor Katie Thornborough has been pushing to make sure the new draft local plan identifies some sites which must be put in place before we go out to consultation in 2025. The July strategic steering group unfortunately wasn't able to meet, so it will need to be rescheduled for autumn, where the group will look at the needs assessment. And it's important that community members and stakeholders can input into the next steps and review the needs assessment. And we've already begun this with our GRT liaison officer. I believe you may have also been approached about this. I don't imagine I'll be able to provide any further detail if there's a follow-up, but I know that you're more than welcome to continue liaising directly with Rachel around this. And thank you for attending tonight.
Do you have a supplementary question?
I do.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to point out that the problem about finding a place is not purely finding a scrap of ground. As we will know, it is as a result of racist attitudes towards this community. And this has been going on, you know, in terms of their attempts to legally acquire places to stay and causing immense heartbreak, family breakups, suicide, etc., in our area. Although we've never had it directly in our area, because Cambridge City has never had traveller sites, but the traveller sites are immediately on the borders of our area, and people have lived and fought to get planning permission in the places where they're residing for years and years and years without success. Now, the political situation has somewhat changed insofar as South Cambs used to be Tory-controlled. Now it is Lib Dem-controlled, and there have been a slightly better attitude. But having said that, nothing has been forthcoming. So I just want to point that out. It's not good enough to say there have been some pieces of ground, but they've not been suitable. Why? You know, you must be interrogating this, because it's actually much deeper than purely saying it's not appropriate. The fact of waiting for 8 years, not 8 years, sorry, for 4 years for a Gitana, which is actually the second Gitana, which, as I have never tired of saying, is actually completely irrelevant to the question of transit sites. And transit sites are the issue that cause most of the problems of community relations between the settled community. So basically, I still think you're just evading the issue, and you do say, I don't mean that you don't care, but you are not.
Can I ask you to stop, please? May I ask the Executive Councillor to respond?
Like I said, Rachel will be able to give you a much more detailed response, but I think that if any sites have been looked into, I'm not saying that, I'm sure the officers looked into them very seriously about whether they were suitable or not, and I'm sure there were many reasons why they weren't deemed suitable, but obviously I don't know the detail for that. In terms of planning, I would really suggest having a conversation with Councillor Thornborough about any specific planning issues. I know that obviously the planning committee here are very interested to talk about issues and support the GRT community where we can. So I think that if that can be sort of arranged, I'm sure that would be really helpful.
Thank you. Now, moving on to question number 5, Anthony Carpen. Would you like to take a seat, the public speaking table, and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group?
Good evening, everyone. Anthony Carpen, just speaking on behalf of myself. Thank you.
May I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, for your question. I think it's very important we also acknowledge your role and thank you for the work that you do to convene people and share knowledge about local democracy, local governance and the rich history that Cambridge has. So thank you for coming here today. Consultation is hugely important for all things local the authorities do, and recently something I've been particularly interested in, especially as it's often the way that we communicate with residents. We all know and we talk about a lot how complex the local government landscape is here, and bringing some of these things together is therefore really important. This morning, for example, I was at the bid board and we were discussing how we can better improve freight and deliveries coming in and out of the city, while also talking about the civic quarter proposals. Not something that I would have seen as necessarily overlapping, but when we were all in the same room, actually a lot of interesting points were raised about both issues. A lot of work has been done by our partners, which we also need to highlight. For example, the Cambridge Council for Voluntary Service, who now coordinate the online volunteering platform in the city and host events for charities to share the work that's going on. Most recently, I'm sure you'll have noted on today's agenda, and which previously went to Civic Affairs, is something about the future of area committees as part of our governance review, which is aiming to re-centre resident engagement with our democratic process. The aim with this work is to develop meaningful engagement points for communities which involve both public and private organisations. It's really important to hear about what residents think would help improve work facilitating community dialogue and community building, and I really like all your suggestions. However, as I've pointed out, some of these things are either somewhat taking place, and due to funding pressures, I can't obviously commit to the actions that you've suggested without taking this forward and looking at capacity, funding, officer time, etc. I would just like to say that your final suggestion about developer-funded events, and I know I'm passing a lot on to Katie here, but this may be something for Councillor Thornborough to look at, because I know the planning department is doing a lot at the moment. So yeah, thank you very much.
May I ask, do you have a supplementary question? Thank you, go ahead.
I do, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should also declare an interest in that. I'm also a member of the Cambridge Cycling Campaign. Thank you, Councillor, for the comprehensive response. I was also one of the interviewees for the for the work being done on alternatives for the area committees. And anecdotally, one of the issues from residents going back years was the inability of the area committees to get the decision makers responsible for commissioning GPs and dentists to come and meet the residents about the shortages. That's a Whitehall issue, ultimately. I filmed something like 6 different hustings across Cambridge and South Cambs for the general election, and it really struck me actually how collectively the questions that were being put forward reflected kind of a lack of knowledge and awareness from residents about how our city functions and malfunctions, especially when Daniel Zeichner was asked, after having been in control of Cambridge for 9 years, why he hadn't sorted out the potholes. And I think this is where I would urge the City Council and councillors to lobby the Mayor of the Combined Authority to ask what they can do to provide learning opportunities for democracy and civic education, mindful that the term of courses in their current autumn programme doesn't actually have anything on that. Finally, in the motion tabled by Councillor Davey on arts, sports and culture thriving in Cambridge by 2050, I hope by 2050 we'll have the new university swimming pool and a brand new large concert hall. Thank you.
May I ask the Executive Councillor to respond again? Let me remind you that you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I'm not going to respond to all of your points because there was a lot there, but I'm really glad to hear that you participated in the area committee's discussion. I think it's a really important chance for us to look at how we connect with residents, and we've decided to pause them, but look at alternatives, and I think that's a really important space. The other thing I would just highlight is that we are currently undertaking a consultation on the future of local government for Cambridge, which any resident can respond to, and I hope that that will start to untangle what residents see as the kind of different levels of local authority and what people understand their councils doing. So I think that that's something I would definitely highlight. I think the work that's gone into improving the council's consultation platform, which is called Citizen Lab, has been really positive and bringing some of those consultations together. So I would definitely point towards that. But thank you very much, Anthony.
Thank you. Now moving on to question number 6. Sue Wells, would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise us if you are speaking on behalf of a group? Thank you.
Yes, I'm Sue Wells, and I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of Cherry Hinton Brook and the Burnside and Brookfields Residents Association.
Thank you. May I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? And again, shall I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Sue Wells, for bringing this to the Council. The planning application includes all 3 land components identified in Policy 16 of the local plan, including an urban country park, and therefore any recommendation or decision will be made on the basis of compliance with the allocation. The applicant has recently submitted a framework management plan, or FMP, for the park, and this can be viewed on the Council's website. Neighbour notification letters have very recently been issued by officers drawing attention to the FMP, amongst other amendments, and comments are invited. The purpose of an FMP is to set out broadly how ecological and access enhancement to both parcels B and C will be achieved and managed, the financial management arrangements and the governance and decision-making structures to ensure the overall proposition remains sustainable into the longer term. We hope that future governance decision-making structures will accommodate opportunities for a wide variety of stakeholders, including local interest groups, to become fully involved in the future delivery of the urban country park. You asked about deferment of the application. We're not in a position to do so for any application. It would be solely for the case officer to make such a decision. However, as a general comment, I can assure you that during the course of debate of an application during planning committee, members will ask for deferments of an application if we feel that more information or clarification is required to make a balanced and informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes,
Thank you.
I
Go
do.
ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thornborough. That was very helpful. My question actually didn't refer to the finance and management plan, which we're well aware of, the residents and Friends of Cherry Hinton Brook. I'd also like to make the point that the consultation, which has been announced today, just before the holiday period, we have until August the 15th to respond to that. It seems to me, particularly thinking about Anthony Carpen's comments just now about consultation, this seems to be completely inappropriate. Many residents, I think, won't even receive these notifications until they return from holiday. I also wanted to make a point. The finance and management plan are based on the current proposals for the 3 parcels, and my concern in this instance is with parcels B and C, and we do not think that these are in line with the local plan. Parcels B and C represent a fantastic opportunity for Cambridge for a new public open space, plus area of biodiversity protection, if appropriately managed. But the proposals made so far will very rapidly lead to loss of this biodiversity. There are responses from the city wildlife ecologist and from other wildlife experts pointing out the conflict between the proposals for recreation in Parcel C and the closure of Parcel B to recreation, which is a complete inverse of what is in the local plan, which is another reason why we really would like this reassessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Thank you.
Thank you for that extra information. Regarding the consultation, I will raise the consultation dates and periods in relation to holidays and whether it complies with our expectations. Regarding your comments that you've made, I really hope that you will add those to the planning portal. I know the planning committee are very interested in what informed comments are, and I know that they're interested in the Wildlife Trust comments on this application and all applications, so that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the questions, public questions, and now we move on to agenda item 5 to consider recommendations of executive for adoption. We now turn to agenda item 5A on pages 51 to 76. Recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Housing and Homelessness concerning the Housing Revenue Account, Outturn Report 2023-2024. Does Councillor Bird wish to introduce this item? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening, everyone. So tonight we're going to do the Housing Revenue Account Outturn Report for 23-24, which has been endorsed by the Housing Scrutiny Committee, which also recommends approval of the request to carry forward funding available from both revenue and capital budget underspends into 24-25. This report is one of the ways we ensure that Cambridge residents know what they are being responsible. We are being responsible and accountable for the way we manage council housing as we deliver on our promises to provide great homes for our tenants and build the homes Cambridge needs. It also provides a chance for me to share my experience of being responsible for this vital area that affects the lives of so many people. And I'm doing so a day after we have heard details of the new Labour government's plans, which includes a planning infrastructure bill, unlocking more housing that will speed up streamline the planning process to build more homes for all tenants, including council housing. And I look forward to working with Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner deliver the change we need. It's been a long time coming. First, let me look at house building. This has been another year when we've delivered on our promise to the people of Cambridge that we would build the homes people needed. So far in 2024, we have handed over 96 new homes, with a further 24 to come in July at Coval Road and another 126 due to be completed between September and October, including blocks at the Meadows and Buchan Street. I'm pleased that plans for redevelopment to build modern housing in Eakin Road have been approved by the Housing Scrutiny Committee. The latest stage in a long process. We are preserved with this because we know it's interests of the people of Cambridge. When it comes to existing stock, we are continue our ongoing programme, tenants audits, visit homes to pick up a range of issues and let tenants know that we are here to help. Because of the vacancies in the department, we haven't completed as many as those as we planned. Between April the 1st and June 30th, we completed 91, but that rate will increase now we have a full staff. The value of the audits is undeniable. Nearly 3 out of 5 visits provide new details about the households of our records. 15% of tenants accepted help to move to accommodation that's better matched for their needs. And nearly a third were helped with support needs, including referrals to other agencies. We found one abandoned property, and 2/3 of the visits we identified issues that could deal with, including damp, mould and condensation, unauthorised modifications and repairs to be scheduled. And it's a clear indication of how important this sort of regular contact is. 11 visits identified signs of domestic abuse, which were referred to other agencies. We will continue to invest in these audits, and I will continue to keep you updated on how we're doing. We're also investing in repairs and maintenance. And over the year, percentage of repairs completed within target timescale, improving from 73.9% to 89.2%. Those completed at first visits from 66.8% to 72.1%. And the average time in days to repair a void home works out at 23.9%, then it goes to estates and facilities, which is 20.7 days, totaling 42.7. However, damp and mould and condensation remain as a significant issue. We have specialist officers working on this and are providing help where needed, with a dedicated website and phone line, articles in the Cambridge Matters and surveyors going out to assess the problems when they are reported. Since April 23, 778 reports had been received and 668 surveys have been completed, with the rest being done.
Councillor Baird, may I politely ask you to stop because you have exceeded the time.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, I'll just say, and I commend this report to the council. All right.
Thank you. Now, is there any debate? The spokes have up to 5 minutes to end this debate, and all other councillors have up to 3 minutes to debate. Are there any debate? Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to speak for long because we've already discussed this housing revenue account in some detail. So I just want to touch on a few points that we feel that the wider councillor group should be aware of. And the first is that we do welcome the housing audits. We also have found them useful, but at the current rate of progress, it could take 10 years to get round our portfolio. We also note that on 60% of those audits, we are picking up problems we didn't know about. And Councillor Tong has done some work on analysing underreporting of repairs by tenants, which suggests that it's actually a very large problem, and that figure on the audits may be echoed across the general social housing portfolio. We'll continue to raise this at every opportunity, but at the moment, because we're discussing the overall finances, we need to point out that if we have an underreporting problem, we are probably underestimating the amount of repair work we will need to do, which is incredibly important when we have a constrained budget which is ring-fenced, such as the housing revenue account. And while it's obviously important to bring those repairs to the attention and to encourage more reporting and look into the barriers to reporting, which are quite complex, we need to be aware that while the sooner we do it, the less chance of inflation in increasing the amount of those bills. The sooner we do it, the more the strain on the housing revenue account will be. That's all I want to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Councillor Martinelli. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think, of course, we would also welcome tenant audits, and I would agree with Councillor Bennett that I think obviously it's at the moment one a day, and I'm glad to hear that's ramping up, but it's unequivocally a good thing, and we are glad that it is happening. I think, of course, the major issue in the outturn report that most of us are aware of is the rent regulation issue, which I think is being handled well and appropriately, so I applaud that as well. I think what the rent regulation issue does bring to light, however, is that there can be a bit of a lack of fiscal headroom in this budget to do everything we would like the HRA to do. I think this has been exacerbated by the decision to have sub-inflationary rent increases in previous years, which I've spoken about before, but means we'll never be able to catch up. And that does leave us in a difficult place because we need this budget to do response repairs and maintain the housing stock. We need to buy DRF to help it build housing within Cambridge, and we need to do the retrofitting work that we all feel is critical for our climate agenda. So it is a difficult balancing act. I think the reason we'll abstain on this outturn report, as outlined in Housing Committee, is regarding our concerns regarding quite significant underspends in the capital budget. So I think we're at 6 million underspend in the Decent Homes programme, up from 3 million the year before. That's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we find that too much, really, work that remains undone, given that this is a programme which is to keep the housing stock in the best possible condition for our tenants. This combined with 1.5 million underspend in the estate improvement programme for similar reasons. And this, of course, drives the overspend that we subsequently see in repairs in the revenue budget. Void situation does appear better than last year, and that is good, but it's still far too long. And I think if we're taking, essentially a month to repair a void each time we receive it, that's people on the housing needs register not being housed, and it does reflect a poor state of the homes, as is also supported by the signal from the tenant audit, and is also supported by complaints, and is also supported by the damp, cold, condensation and mould numbers increasing even during the summer months. I think, as before, we're not here just to moan. We have proposed ways to help improve the situation previously. We've talked about an access policy to ensure that repairs can be done efficiently, and we still support that. And we also would like the damp, cold and damp, condensation and mould office work to be done within the council rather than being contracted out as has happened over the summer. So we would support that. So overall, I think, as always, it's a difficult balancing act with this budget. But there is too much in here that we would not agree with to support it, and we will abstain this evening.
Are there any other debate? Yep, Councillor Thom.
I'll be honest, I think a lot of what I have to say in relation to this document, it's been voiced by Naomi a minute ago, but it's also really recurring themes that I've discussed across all the different housing scrutiny committee meetings. So I don't really want to go through too much repeating, but I did want to thank council officers for how hard they've been working on addressing the rent regulation issue, because, it's an important thing. It's great to see.
Thank you. Are there any other debates? So, Security Councillor, you have the right to reply. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, just a few issues. The audits are very, very important. That was something I really wanted, and I suggested it years ago. And we are getting there, and the help we're giving to the residents now. Now, the only problem is a lot of these residents may have mental health issues, hoarding issues, and this causes a problem because we have to be very careful how we go about it. We also have to be very careful because it's their stuff and it's close to their heart and they don't want it gone. So there's issues like that with the housing officers meet. Also, of course, we've got the domestic abuse. We've got to help them as soon as possible. We've got people that do want to move out to a smaller property. And then we've got the people that have abandoned their house. We've got people that do that. And also, on top of that, you've got people doing alterations to their properties when they shouldn't be. So we've got to put all that right if they move out. So I know our guys who do the repairs are doing a fantastic job. But also we've got to remember in this chamber that we've been going through a transformation. So a lot of things are changing at the moment, and hopefully it will get better. And I'm hoping the next time we're here in this chamber, I'll have even more good news for you. So thank you for all your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we have completed the debate, so now we move to electronic voting. See, this is 21 in support and abstention 14 and none against. Therefore, the recommendation therefore is carried. Now, we turn to agenda item 5B on page 77 to 96. Recommendation of Executive Councillor for Finance and Resources concerning the annual Treasury Management Outturn Report 2023-24. The final recommendation has been circulated to members in the room. Does Councillor Simon Smith wish to introduce the item? You have up to 5 minutes for the introduction of the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. So this annual Treasury report is required to comply with regulations under the Local Government Act, and it's drafted to meet the requirements of the SIPFA Treasury Management Code of Practice 2021 and the SIPFA Prudential Code for Capital Finance. You may have deja vu seeing these Treasury reports. We had one before the beginning of the financial year which set out Treasury, the annual Treasury strategy for 2023-24, and we also had a mid-year Treasury update report. This is the third in the series, and it's the post-end of year review. The main elements of the report are the actual capital expenditure and financing, impact of the spending on the council's need to borrow, and lastly the Treasury management position as of 31st of March 2024. So as shown at paragraph 4.2, the capital expenditure outturn for 23-24 was 107 million, and of this 71 million was from the HRA and 36 million was from the general fund. There was no requirement for external borrowing, as 26 million was funded from internal borrowing. This includes loans to KIP, Cambridge Investment Partnership, which will be repaid on completion of the Cambridge Investment Partnership developments. This funding headroom is vital to power the Council's national leading programme to deliver a new generation of sustainable council homes. Turning to the voluntary provision reserve in relating respect of minimum revenue provision, this is a sum of 9.5 million, provides a cushion against future MRP charges. And that's another hallmark of this council's prudent management of its budgets and resources. So now just looking to the Treasury position, the key objective is simply this: money back on time, every time. This speaks to the security of the deposits. There could be no adventures with Icelandic banks. So whilst residents with loans and mortgages are suffering from high interest rates to Tory Trust's popular Conservative economics, higher interest rates have delivered the council with a windfall of 4.99 million more than forecast. The global financial markets have welcomed a new Labour government, strong and stable, so that residents can look forward to falling interest rates and there'll be more pounds in their pockets. Mayor, I wish to thank members of staff responsible for Treasury management and recommend this report to Council, which includes the Council's actual and Treasury indicators for 2023-24. Thank you.
Thank you. The spokes, Councillor Young and Councillor Bennett have up to 5 minutes in debate. All other councillors up to 3 minutes. Are there any debate on this? Councillor Bennett, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I'll be very brief. We too welcome the efforts of the finance team to prepare a clear and comprehensive report under very trying circumstances. And we thank them too for their efforts. As we've already discussed this strategy and resources, I won't take up much time here, other than to say we note that the interest shown by many councillors, including Councillor Gilderdale, in BDS and divestment from Barclays Bank, and we look forward to hearing more from the review of the Barclays banking arrangements in 2026. And thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Councillor Delwa.
Yes, I want to mention our executive. He saying last Tory government keep interest rate high, so he was the story I heard last 14 years. But I want to mention last 10 years, Tory keep the interest rate less than 1%. That's the history of BT. I hope your new Labour government will do this as the Tory government did. Thank you.
Any other debate? Right. So, Councillor Simon Smith, you have the right to reply. Do you have a response at all?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We note the comments made by Councillor Bennett in respect of Barclays Bank. They are our main banking providers, as has been just explained in the Strategy and Resources Committee, and we're contracted to continue to bank with them until 2026. So the officers are initiating a review of the market. Interestingly, the business that local authorities offer the main banks is not very attractive to them. So we may struggle in this marketplace, but I understand the best endeavours to address the complaints about or concerns with the morality of some of the aspects of the current banking facilities we have. So I just wanted to respond to that particular point. I would say that interest rates are now forecast to fall to about 3%, which will give a lot of relief to mortgage holders and people that have personal loans in the city.
Thank you. And as we have completed the debate, we are moving to the electronic voting. Thank you. Yeah, 35, and it has been unanimously agreed. Now we move to agenda item 5C on page number 97 to 130. Recommendation for Executive Councillor for Finance and Resources concerning the 2023-2024 General Fund Revenue and Capital Outrun Carry Forward and Significant Variance. The final recommendation has been circulated to members in the room. And does Councillor Simon Smith wish to introduce this item? You have up to 5 minutes to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will introduce the report. It sets out a summary comparison between income and expenditure outturns against the agreed budget for 23-24, and it explains variances between revenue and capital budgets. Just point out that the general fund revenue budget was underspent by £6 million, or 22.5% of the final net budget. But we need to consider that those variances were due to mostly generation of income, not underspending in our core vital services. So I'll just explain exactly how we arrived at that number. So 3.74 million was from higher than forecast interest receipts, which flowed from rising interest rates and are on higher than expected cash balances. There was 464,000 from backdated commercial property income, and 457,000 from unused central provisions held to cover adverse service variances, and 279,000 from higher than expected vacant posts and income from the Corn Exchange hire fees, service charges and refreshment sales. And there was a further 659,000 balance between the permanent and temporary staff costs. So just turning to the general fund capital outturn, is an underspend of just over 27 million pounds, and of this sum, 19.9 million is subject to the recommendation for carrying forward to 2025-26. Now this will comprise over 6 million in loans to the Cambridge Investment Partnership towards the purchase of land south of Cambridge, 3.5 million for the Sustainable Grant home upgrade, which works are underway. Those monies will be reclaimed from government. There was 1.4 million for the delayed Wren solar energy project at Waterbeach, and at the end of the year, general fund reserves stood at 41.8 million, an increase of 13.7 million from the beginning of the financial year. And that is due to 4.9 million coming from the balance of the 8.3 million business rates retention monies, less prior year carry forwards and in-year allocations. And there was a 5.68 million net variance for the year. So, and 3.1 million of the monies will be added back from carry forwards if approved this evening. So, £41 million balance, it's a lot of money, but of that, 22 million has been set aside for projects, notably the Guildhall, and it leaves a balance of 15.8 million. So, in the allocated reserves, and given that I think our prudent minimum balance is around 7 million, it doesn't leave the council much headroom. So, to ensure the council's finances remain on a sustainable footing, extensive work is being carried out, so budgets can be set in a planned manner and not in response to a funding crisis. Mr. Mayor, I recommend to the council approval of the carry forward requests totalling 2.959 million of revenue funding from 23 to 24 to 24-25 are set out in Appendix C of the report. Note that carry forwards up to and including £50,000, totalling £153,000, have been approved via delegated authority to the Chief Finance Officer, and approved carry forward requests of 19.8 million of capital resources from 23-24 to 24-25 to fund rephase net capital spending as set out in Appendix D of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. And the spokes have up to 5 minutes in the debate, and all the councillors up to 3 minutes. Are there any debate? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The basic conclusion from this report is that we are in extremely good financial health. We actually budgeted a profit for the year and have resulted with even more, a higher contribution to reserves. So this is a very comfortable position to be in. 41 million of reserves is extremely high in the current area of local government financing. So from that perspective, this is a very good thing, and I'd like to echo Councillor Bennett's comments about the standard of the reports and the work that that officers have done. However, we've just had the Scrutiny and Strategy and Resources Committee, and I welcome the fact that we are having, the officers will be carrying out a review of the budget for each line item in the finances. I think the result shows that there is a bit of a cushion put in our budgets, and we are perhaps not allocating resources to the areas where there is potentially we could be spending more because the budgets in another area are a bit too high. That I welcome a lot. And the other thing is we note that the markets and the garage services have not been doing as well as we might have expected, and we have agreed to a review of those, a report coming back to Strategy and Resources to understand what's going on in those areas. So all in all, I think we are delighted that we're in such a good financial position, but would suggest that we have actually more resources that we could be spending than is implied by Councillor Smith. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any? Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the officers and to Councillor Smith for giving us a clear report. However, we know that because of the unavoidable pressures on the finance team, that report has come to us very late. At the beginning of the year, I clear time to ensure that I can give this report my full attention, but the change in timing meant that the report came to me when I had unavoidable day job commitments, and I've not had the opportunity to discuss the report with my group, and particularly Councillor Tong, who is my finance deputy in the group. And I find that our group discussion, and particularly Councillor Tong's contribution, is a very useful check on my processes. And without that, I do not feel that I have the confidence to vote in favour of this report, and will be abstaining. But I wanted to explain that my abstention is not a comment on the quality of the officer's work, which I think has been very good in very trying circumstances. Thank you.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. In relation to the comments on the garage and the markets, I welcome the agreement to look into this further. However, I would like to just take this opportunity to remember that the garage provides vital services for keeping our services that our residents value most, collecting our waste and recycling, emptying the litter bins and cleaning our streets. Obviously, we need vehicles to get around the city. And as has been discussed earlier in the HRA, ensuring that our housing maintenance vehicles are functioning and providing that vital service to residents. Also, sorry, mustn't forget our actual street sweepers, not the people, but the vehicles, and our estates team. So our garage provides a vital service to ensure that our officers and staff can maintain that excellent service to our residents. And not only did they do that in the normal everyday, but they did it throughout the pandemic. Unlike many other local authorities, we did not have any issues in the pandemic with having our vehicles serviced. And they're also managing the change that we're working on to electrify our fleet. And because of the delays in that due to the basically UK power networks, because we can't get enough chargers and charge everything, they're dealing with the aging fleet that we have, because it's a balancing act as we move to an electric fleet. So I'd just like to note that and thank them for all their hard work in keeping our vehicles on the road. Thank you. Oh, they also do that for some other surrounding councils. So they're not just doing it for us, but for some of our neighbours too, including obviously South Cambs, but also some others in Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, yeah, Holloway.
Thank you. I'd just like to respond to Councillor Young's comments on the financial health of the council. I mean, I don't want to sort of go against a sort of a compliment for the council, but we do also unfortunately have significant pressures coming up, of course. So I think it's very good that we have been prudent in recent years and that we have managed to build up a good level of reserves, and that's going to be very helpful in the next few years because, as we all know, we do have significant savings that we'll have to make due to a range of unavoidable upcoming pressures. We also know, as Councillor Smith mentioned, that some of those reserves are already allocated a significant portion to this building and a number of other projects. And that's part of moving to net zero as a council. It's part of also generating more revenue on an ongoing basis for vital services. But I just wanted to sound a sort of note of caution when Councillor Young says, well, maybe there are areas where we could spend a bit more or where we could be more efficient. We certainly could, and I agree with that. And I think that's the work of the transformation process. That's why we're doing that, and that work is vital. But the fact we're in a good and safe position for now is only really useful because we're going into a bad position potentially in the future. So I don't think it means that then we can suddenly spend a lot more, unfortunately.
Thank you. Councillor Smart.
Yep. So just sort of slightly picking up with what's just been said. Well, firstly, it's good to hear that Councillor Young is supportive of the budget on this side of the chamber. Not surprisingly, it's a very sensible and well-presented budget by Councillor Smith. But I just wanted to ask Councillor Smith whether he felt that in the context of this being a very ambitious council, doing lots of big projects coming forward, that having a reserve that's larger than the absolute minimum, which he's presented to us this evening, is actually a very prudent thing. Because things can change. As he said himself, interest rates have changed in our favour, to our account, but things can go the other way. And that's certainly my opinion, but I just wanted to hear it from him. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone want to talk? No? Councillor Simon Smith, you have the right to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want to put a bit more context around the garages and markets. And my colleague, Councillor Moore, never ceases to amaze me for encyclopedic knowledge of her brief and been completely across all of the detail. And one important point that Councillor Moore made is that the garages are having to spend more time on looking after the ageing fleet at the cost of doing external work, which was revenue generating. So that is a key explanation of the problem with the garages. But we will see it in detail when we come to review it. And in the context of markets, there was basically an over forecast because it was standard operating procedure to inflate everything every year. But in this case, in the case of markets, that wasn't complemented by inflation-linked increases in charges. And then there was also lower occupancy. So there's a bit of accounting convention there that is part of the explanation. But again, once we look at it in detail, we will look at that. I think what we aim to do is we aim to make every single pound count that has the best possible impact for residents and the environment. That's what we're about as a council. But we also have to be realistic. Our financial position is in the state that it's in because we've had the benefit of growth in business rates, retention, monies. But the reality is that this council is so much better funded than those in the north of the country. And it's true. It's true, I'm afraid. And that is the reality. And there will be a business rates reset, and we will lose a large proportion of this money that is the vital cushion that we've had to keep our services going in the state that they're in. So what we're doing is we're using parts of that money to invest in looking at all our service operations so we can make them more focused, more purposeful, and more efficient. And in that way, through this planning process, we can bring everybody on board with it. We'll put the council in a strong position to carry on delivering services, even when we'll have a lot less money. So that's the reason that we've got these reserves. If we didn't do anything, we would be through our reserves within three financial years. It's that perilous. So we need to get on with the transformation work. We need to make the savings. And we as a council are prudent and we're committed to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we have completed debate on this, we will move on to the electronic vote. Yep, 14 abstention and 21 in support and none against. Therefore, the recommendation is agreed. Thank you. Agenda item 6, recommendations of the committees for adoption. Members, as mentioned earlier, I have moved item 6A to the end of the meeting. Now, therefore, agenda item 6B, Civic Officers Committee, update on alternate options to area committees. The recommendations are contained on page number 140 within the agenda and in the information pack on page number 11. Are there any debate on it? Councillor Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking as our spokes on this item. I'm a member of the Governance Review Group, which originally received this report, and I primarily want to comment on the direction in developing an approach for the future in place of area committees, which a large part of the report paperwork is actually about. I think a couple of things are in danger of being overlooked if we're not careful. And the further development of this, as I understand it, is going to be sent to officers to prepare, and we will, I think, end up seeing something next year. So I'm making these points aware of the fact that there is a process that officers will be doing next. The first of the things that I think is in danger of being overlooked is the role of ward councillors. One of the good things area committees did for us was to provide a visible platform for ward councillors to absorb and respond to residents' point of view in a dialogue about what is best for their area. Our system here, as a council, remains a representative democracy, not an executive democracy. And it is very important that we do create a new approach which helps that to work as well as it possibly can. This will become more important if the council does go ahead and make the change to a cabinet model, which I obviously hope it doesn't, but I concede that that's what members opposite would like. I think it would be more important for us to lay more weight on the ward councillor role in what we do next after area committees. So please, can we keep ward councillors centre stage, at least in respect of that area of the council's activities? The second thing which I'm worried about being overlooked revolves around this word engagement. When I see how this is used in the reports that we've got, I think we need to be very careful that by signing up to the suggested portfolio approach, that we don't make engagement mean what the council wants to talk to you, the resident, about, and not what you, the resident, wants to talk to the council about. This could create all those sort of frustrations that I think we're aware of in another context, where you call up and it's an automated telephone system that can't help you unless you can pigeonhole your business into one of preset options. And I don't think we would want to go there. I fear that to allow a proliferation of channels to suffice, then we risk not responding to the world as it seems to residents, which can very often need quite a fluid and open horizon for the sort of encounters that we provide. So I would make a plea for a basic offer for all wards, whatever else supplements it from time to time in some wards. Could the basic offer be led annually by ward councillors, potentially to discuss their priorities for their ward, with logistical support from the council and relevant officer attendance as needed? Could I also request consideration for wards each to have nominal annual budgets for an environmental improvement in their ward and a community grant, both to be agreed between ward members collectively? These suggestions are simple, modest and flexible. Such an approach could be a building block which would easily be supplemented by other single-purpose opportunities for dialogue, where an indication of willing... I'm not expecting an answer to these points tonight. It's much too complicated a matter to do that, but I would hope that they could be looked at in this next stage. I would hope that there would be some willingness from members all around the chamber for those to be on the table. Now, we aren't arguing against a new approach to this subject, but we aren't happy about the extension of the period while we neither have area committees nor a new approach. We also don't yet have confidence in what the new approach might be at the extremely vague level it's being currently described. And we hope we will get that confidence when it's more clear. So at this stage, we won't be supporting this recommendation tonight, but we hope that at the next stage, when officers bring something forward, there will be something we can support. Thank you, Chair.
Any more debate on this? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I'm speaking as a member of the governance group and also the Green representative on civic affairs. We welcome the decision to pause area committees, which we feel were an ineffective historic leftover. However, we do share, unusually, Councillor Bick's concerns. That doesn't happen very often. And we agree that wards should be supported to find their own solutions to this project. In the Green wards, we'll continue to keep up a full engagement programme with residents, whatever the council does. But we are putting an awful lot of effort into this. Councillor Tong averages 4,000 resident interviews a year. And clearly that's not sustainable as he moves on from further education to beginning a career. We do feel that there is not one single Cambridge, but there are lots of different communities in Cambridge, and that they all need something different, and that their needs vary from time to time. Some of us are lucky enough to have strong community organisations in our wards, and some of us are lucky enough to have defined communities that actually agree with our ward boundaries. Others of us do not have that. So I agree very strongly with Councillor Bick that we should all be empowered as wards to find individual solutions and have individual budgets for this, so that we can use our extensive local ward knowledge to ensure that residents are supported in the best possible way, and that we don't have an artificial process, such as one of the ones described in the report, inflicted upon residents that sets us back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As you probably imagine, after my speech on the last time we discussed this, I'm not particularly happy with this proposal. We've been discussing it within our group, and for example, I'm not really confident at the moment that the ruling group are even using the many different community outlets we have. Looking at the motion on the vision for Cambridge, that is the kind of thing that could have come to an area committee, but unfortunately we don't have them at the moment. As I've said before, I don't object to area committees changing and evolving into better processes, but the report today is kind of kicking things into the long grass. The last time we looked at this, we were assured that by July we would have a way forward, which I took to be something to replace area committees, and that is why they were paused. But we don't have this. We've got a proposal to defer it, to look at various options, and still no clear idea of what might follow, as Councillor Vickers already pointed out. And so, you know, Labour are now putting things forward as motions rather than putting them through any consultation, which is not collaborative in the way that I would hope things would be here, as often we do agree on things. And we can work those out in scrutiny committees and with residents at places like area committees. I do agree with Councillor Bick that we do need to have ward involvement, and this must be regular and publicised by the council so that residents can find it in the place that any member of the city would look to know when a meeting is happening that's affecting their ward that they might want to talk to. But this document doesn't give me confidence at the moment this is going to happen. It's quite a lot of woolly stuff about possible options and one-off things that happen somewhere else, and then we'll wait before we even attempt anything. And, you know, obviously it's part of the transformation, but this shouldn't be about cost savings. There are 14 wards. It may be more expensive, or at least as expensive, to do something new, and that's fine. We need to support democracy. Most importantly for me, it is that we now have basically another full year with nothing at all for our residents to go to. For example, I was formerly chair of West Central Area Committee. I've got a lovely report from the police that's really helpful on all the accident statistics that I would love to share with residents in a formal setting. But there isn't anywhere for me to put that for the next year. I've got an inbox full of queries about e-scooters. In fact, I was nearly run over by one on the way here, just adding to my point. But again, what do I tell my residents at the moment? Maybe go to a scrutiny committee and hope you get it in the first 30 minutes and speak, or go to full council. You know, we haven't got anywhere at the moment that replaces area committees, and that's my concern. So we, as Councillor Vickers said, we won't support this. And we are worried that this is kicking it into the long grass and saying it'll be a transformation, but wait another year and then we'll try something, and then another year before we decide, which I don't think is the best service for our residents. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carling, please.
Thank you. Yeah, if I can just make a few comments, just as the councillor currently chairing the governance design group. I think a lot of the comments made by Councillors Bick and Bennett there around sort of having that basic offer in all wards and very much being ward-led, and the ability of ward councillors to tailor what they need to do in their own ward is something we all very much agreed on when we had that discussion at the governance design group. So I'd certainly expect that when that starts to come forward in a bit more detail, that will very much come through in those recommendations. Councillor Bick, your comments there about sort of having a community grant budget available to each ward and environmental improvements, that I don't think you raised at the governance design group. or at least not in detail. So, you know, these are all things we can discuss. Obviously, it's helpful if you bring them through that process, then we can have a proper discussion on them in a small group. Maybe I'm misremembering. Councillor Bennett seems to have a comment. Well, okay, I think it wasn't discussed in detail. I'm right in saying that. Perhaps someone mentioned it briefly, but you know, if we want to have a detailed discussion on that sort of thing, then we can, of course. I think, Councillor Porritt, I would push back a little bit there when you were talking about, well, yeah, about nothing going on, because first of all, we've had a full report from New Local and the different options that we might pursue, and that's gone into some detail about best practice from other councils, and of course that has taken some time to put together. So it's not as if we've been sort of sitting on our hands for 6 months. A significant amount of work has gone into this. And at the same time, we've been trialling a lot of sort of quite detailed targeted engagement mechanisms in areas that have had, for example, significant development going on, so in Abbey and Coleridge in particular. And I know there's been a lot of learning to bring out of those, not all of it positive, some negative, but that can all then be taken forward in other ways. I mean, obviously, it's for members opposite to decide what they'd like to do in terms of the vote, but I might just suggest that Liberal Democrat members check the minutes for civic affairs, which suggests this was unanimous there, so I'm not sure if that's right, or whether you want to sort of have that corrected if it's not. But I think I've sort of given the comments I wanted to.
Councillor Gilderdale, please.
Thank you very much.
Was there a point of order? Oh yeah, I'll take the point of order first.
It is just a brief explanation. At Civic Affairs, we were just asked to vote on the report on the proposal to pause area committees and not on the report. So, for example, I agree and voted in favour of pausing area committees, but I made it very clear I did not approve the report and thought that there were some grave errors in it. Thank you.
Councillor Gilderdale, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the discussion is slightly suggesting that area committees were the pinnacle of local democratic engagement. And I would suggest that, having been a member of both West Central Area Committee and North Area Committee, that is not what area committees are and do not provide. And I think it would be unfair of us to say, let's put them back on and kind of assume that they will work. Because, I mean, I'm sure we all agree that probably in an hour's canvassing session, we speak to more people than come to those meetings. So I don't think it's fair for us to say that these are something that we should base our judgment on the next committees on, because they just weren't working. I think also something that we've brought in the last year while we've been discussing this is our new community wealth building strategy. I've been really, really keen for us to promote community wealth building in this work and talk to residents about what is it that engages them and how can we actually facilitate good engagement, you know, with residents who don't usually speak to the council or don't usually have a chance to speak to councillors or don't come to meetings because the agendas are very long or it's not really issues that they care about. So I think that that's something that is obviously going to take time, because these conversations are really important to have now before we present options. And I think that's why it's going to take time, but it's worth that wait. And I mean, Anthony Carpen was here earlier and he said that he'd had conversation with New Local. That suggests that, you know, it's not just about what the councillors think is worthwhile in those committees, but it's also about what residents need to take from those committees. So I think it's really heartening to hear that we are taking the time and the energy to communicate with residents about what they need, and therefore I do strongly support this paper. Thank you.
Councillor Smart, please.
Thanks. I just want to say one main point and then a couple of comments. I suppose really about what Councillor Bick said, does everyone seems to agree with Councillor Bick on the other side. So in terms of the main point is, you know, what have we got here? What's the recommendation? It's to extend this a bit. That's it. We're extending the process slightly. Now, till after the AGM next year, which is when the other governance issues will be resolved as well, so we can bring it all to council at the same time. Now, that's by the by, it's just a coincidence really, because at the very start of this process, I've been involved, you know, before Councillor Carling was, and I'm still taking an interest in the subject. And officers and councillors alike recognised that this process could take some time. We were ambitious in the timescale, and that's right and proper that we should be doing that. We should be aiming for a target date, to get the job done. That wasn't possible. So we are where we are today. Now, it's an important matter, and we need to get it right. And that's why we're extending the process. So I don't see there's really a problem there. However, in terms of what's been said on the other side, that's really debate for what's now called the Governance Design Group, not for this meeting. But in terms of what was said, it seems that Councillor Bick contradicted himself, because he talked about getting ward residents involved and letting them lead on things. But then he talks about councillors, ward councillors, leading on two things. Firstly, on what was discussed in whatever replaces ward meetings, but then also that they should have budgets, and they would be deciding what the budgets were spent on. Now, that's one way of approaching this, but another way might be that residents might have control of both of those things, not councillors. Put the power in their hands. So, I mean, I'm not saying that's the right way, but it's just another way. But like I say, these things are rightly debated in that cross-party group together, and then we can come to a good conclusion that everyone supports. Thanks.
Councillor Simon Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was a member of the area committee that Councillor Pora chaired. And just for the benefit of people who are listening to this meeting, I'd just like to record that that area committee represented has a population of around 30,000 people. I don't think I ever counted more than a dozen people actually attend the meeting online, and I subsequently checked with the officers as to how many people have subsequently watched the recording, and I think the maximum ever was about 20. So there are times where the officers of the council and other public bodies exceeded those who are participating in the meeting. And as we are guardians of the council's resources and finances, I don't think that was a very effective way to spend money. So I support the fact that the area committees are paused. I think a community councillor is a very good idea, but when you look at what's happening in Abbey Ward, it is akin to neighbourhood management. Neighbourhood management was introduced by the former Labour government, and what it did is it recognised that no one agency could address the wicked issues that were facing people who are most deprived in poor communities. It has to be a whole public sector system approach to tackling those problems. That's really powerful, and that can make a difference. And I'm very, very pleased that we're now trialling this approach after all of these years, because actually, in my experience, and I led neighbourhood management initiatives in two of the Cambridgeshire's most deprived wards, and in a professional capacity in Wisbech North and in Oxmoor, and it really, really did have a positive impact on those neighbourhoods. Thank you.
Any other debates? Since that's the case, Councillor Macpherson, you have the right to reply if you wish.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's very generous of you. I did think I was going to get to speak first, and so you'll be delighted to know all those points I carefully noted down over the last few days have now been covered. So I really don't need to expand on that. The only thing I will say is that it was resolved unanimously to bring this recommendation to Council. So, but I get what Councillor Bennett actually said, because I do remember her saying that at the committee meeting itself. And I think Councillor Bick came up with some great ideas. So, why not share them at the governance group, of which I have, of course, been sacked from. I think I was made redundant from it, I think we should say, really. So Councillor Carling is now in charge of that. And so, but take them to that group. It really is worth it. You have some great things to say. Let's muck in and let's get the best out of it that we possibly can. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we move on to electronic vote. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry to be awkward, Chair, but I'm not quite clear on what we're voting for. Are we voting on the pause of area committees, which I wholeheartedly support? Or sort of, are we voting on the report on alternative options, which I do not? Is it possible to have two separate votes?
May I politely stop you? My understanding is that it is clearly written on the report. Recommendation, yeah.
The recommendation is that area committees be paused for the remainder of the municipal year 2024-25 while pilot work on alternatives continues and while more detailed proposals are developed for implementation from the start of the municipal year 2025-2026. That is the recommendation in the report.
Thank you for that. So now can we move on to the electronic, oh, sorry.
I'd like to thank Councillor Moore, but I just wanted to be very clear that my group does not support the report in any shape or form, although we welcome the pause of area committees.
Let's move on to electronic vote. Yeah, now we have the results, 25 for, and 10 abstention, and 0 against. Therefore, the recommendation is agreed. What about taking a break? Yeah, thank you. How many minutes? 8 o'clock. Yeah, can we come back at 8 o'clock? No? In case 10 past 8? Are we going? 5 past, yeah, fine. We are moving to agenda item 7, oral questions. Do we have to wait for a few more minutes? Okay. So now we turn to agenda item 7, oral questions, which starts on page 13 of your information pack. And this item will last a maximum of 30 minutes. The executive councillor, chair, or nominee will have up to 2 minutes to reply. The questioner will then have 2 minutes to put a supplementary question or to seek clarification of the response to the original question. The executive councillor or chair or nominee will have a further 2 minutes to reply to the supplementary question. A bell will ring when you have 30 seconds left and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Now, moving on to question number 1 from Councillor Pora.
Question 1, please, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Holloway, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you very much. The police continue to enforce against antisocial and nuisance driving in the city through Operation Staple, through which the police target antisocial driving, those driving without insurance, and speeding during days of action. We would encourage residents to report concerns to the police, and the link for that will be put in the minutes. The police also coordinate Community Speed Watch, which enables the public to let police know of locations where they're concerned about speeding. The scheme involves an assessment of the location where people are concerned about speeding vehicles, training for community members, and police monitoring of data so that action can be taken against those speeding and those who are repeat offenders. More information about Community Speed Watch can be found online, and again, the link for that can be put in the minutes too. We also have the Vision Zero partnership, and there are a whole range of organisations involved in that, and through that, we're exploring future road safety days of action.
Councillor Pora, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So thank you very much, and obviously it's good to hear that the police are doing this. And I'm very aware in the city centre that they've been doing days of actions, particularly to stop antisocial bikes. In fact, I've seen them doing it near me. I think our concerns relate, as you probably gathered, to noise as well. And the police, as I understand it, don't have any means to enforce against noise. But, you know, so we've looked at having these noise cameras, which are now widely used in some of the London boroughs and across Europe. And I mean, I'm sure your inboxes are the same, but this gets raised again and again for any residents who live near the big roads where you get these kind of racers shooting up and down at night. I mean, I hear them myself when people are trying to sleep and get their families to sleep. So we've raised this as budget amendments and questions, and previously your group, not yourself, Councillor Holloway, but predecessors have said this is definitely being looked at by the Community Safety Partnership or by the police or by the county, but we don't seem to have anything coming forward. The Community Safety Partnership minutes don't have this as a priority, and we know it's a priority for our residents. So I would be really grateful if you could let us know what you can do. And I appreciate there are powers outside the city for some of this, but we could be the coordinating body, because certainly for this group, and I'm pretty sure for most of you, this does come up a lot, and it affects residents' quality of life. And often residents who live near main roads who are in the poorer demographics. So it's a really important issue. We should be leading on this to bring the stakeholders together. And then I wonder if you could give me an assurance that this will be prioritised with the Community Safety Partnership, as well as all the other measures that the police are taking. Thank you.
Councillor Holloway, would you like to respond to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pora. Yes, I agree that this is a really serious issue, and it can have a really detrimental effect on people's quality of life. I've heard it come up a lot in my ward, but I know that it's in pretty much every ward a really problematic issue for people. In terms of the specific point around the Community Safety Partnership, the current priority for the Community Safety Partnership is reducing violence in our city centre. Now, the partner organisations involved within that organisation are obviously limited in terms of our budgets and our time. And when we're looking at priorities, we sort of all want everything to be a priority when it comes to crime. There are a lot of things that impact on people negatively, but when we have some really, really serious issues with people involved in gangs, people involved in violence, stabbings, so these kind of things, that probably has to be the priority beyond sort of issues that are important but are not a threat to life. So I don't think it would be appropriate as a priority for the Community Safety Partnership. That doesn't mean it's not important, and I'm happy to discuss further with you outside this meeting, but on that specific point, I don't think it quite fits.
Now, question number 2 from Councillor Dryden. Councillor Moore, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. So the 4-day week waste trial continues to progress well, and operations crews have readily adjusted to the new arrangements. Rounds are being completed on time, and our recruitment and retention is also improving. Due to mirroring, i.e. the blue bin and the black bins are collected by the same crew weekly, so the same crew, but obviously blue bin 1 week, black bin the next. Teams have become very familiar with their rounds, and as a result, repeat missed bins, i.e. when one or more missed collections in the 30 days prior to the miss, but also just missed collections more generally, have fallen since the introduction of the 4-day week. The 4-day week trial was also introduced at the same time as the new collection routes were started, following the round optimisation project. And despite this major change across the city, we maintained a high rate of successful collections. And for Q4, we had a success rate of 99.85%, which I think everyone in here can agree is absolutely excellent. So well done to our waste crews. It's a difficult job and they're doing it brilliantly. So this highlights the support that our crews have for the 4-day week trial, and also the lessons that we've learned since the previous route optimisation, which was introduced when I was a newly elected exec, and I would describe it as a baptism of fire into the role. The high rate of bin collection success is evidence that with the 4-day week, we're continuing to provide a high-quality service to residents, and for our waste crews, an in-house survey suggests it's been really positive for their health and well-being. Thank you.
Councillor Dryden, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, yeah. I would like to
Go
say,
ahead.
well, thank you for that report. And I'd say that talking to residents, quite happy with this service now. Also because the people got collected on a Monday, they have no problems of having to wait till Tuesday and all bins out on the streets where they're not happening now. Also, I haven't had any complaints coming in about it as much. So I know this is a shared services with the self-cams, and we've got other services with them as well. I just want to know if this is a success after the trial period, is there any chance of our staff in Cambridge being able to go on a 4-day week as well?
Thank you. So on whether we'll be bringing it here, that's obviously slightly outside of just my portfolio only, but obviously that should be something that we will look at in the future. It is good, as we've seen, for well-being, retention, and also could be one of the ways that we help to cut carbon emissions, because it's suggested as a good way to do that. Although we would need to do it more widely as a society. If my boss is listening, I'm very much in favour. In terms of whether it's working for residents, because we needed to learn some lessons from the previous time, we put a lot of work in the preparation. We had all sorts of people ready to answer emails, answer phone calls, and they just didn't come in. It went surprisingly smoothly. We were surprised, but obviously really glad that it did. And yes, it's simpler for residents. Bins are not collected on a Monday, so when there's a bank holiday, they don't have to worry about a change. And obviously that's also easier for our teams, and we don't have to put out as much information to remind people of the changes. So all round, it's been a success so far. Thank you. Oh, and just whether we were going to roll it out further, Obviously, we were, from the previous government, getting quite a lot of pushback on being innovative and trialling new ways of working. But it looks better from the new Labour government, and we hope that we'll get a bit more support. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 3 from Councillor Shields. Councillor Holloway, would you like to respond?
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm asking this question, so question 3.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gawthroyd-Wood. The City Council does a whole range of things to try to support women who are experiencing homelessness in Cambridge. We, for example, provide grant funding to a range of organisations, including Cambridge Women's Resources Centre to fund a support worker to provide homelessness prevention advice to women, Cambridge Women's Aid to provide a specialist open access community support service for women affected by domestic abuse, and CHS Group funding their young parent project at Peter Maitland Court. As a council, we've achieved Domestic Abuse Housing Alliance accreditation, meaning we demonstrate compliance with good practice standards in responding to homelessness inquiries from women when they're disclosing domestic abuse. In terms of rough sleeping specifically, while more rough sleepers are male, it is really important that we recognise there are also quite a few female rough sleepers and that their needs may be quite different from those of male rough sleepers. As part of our annual Ending Rough Sleeping Plan, which we submit to government as part of our funding arrangements, we aim specifically to reduce the number of female rough sleepers. Now, to be honest, that has been more difficult than reducing the number of male rough sleepers over the last year or so. And so that's why, as I'll mention now, we have a few measures that we're trying to bring forward to change that. So for the second year running, we'll be working with Change Grow Live to carry out a census of female rough sleepers in Cambridge this autumn. And the data received from that census will help us to secure government funding for new projects, hopefully. We also part fund and have worked in partnership with It Takes a City on the newly opened Haven in Cambridge. That just opened a few weeks ago. It's a trauma-informed, safe and welcoming space for women who are homeless or vulnerably housed. And already in the last few weeks, it's been having some success in getting women in who might not otherwise have been able to get support.
Thank you. Councillor Gawthroyd-Wood, you have a supplement question?
Well, I'm glad to hear this, including the work with the Women Housing Homelessness Action Group. I wondered if you've got any comments about how you'll take this forward in the long term. Obviously, we'll wait to see as well what the census says on women rough sleepers. So I'm interested in how you're working with partners. You've said a bit about that, and what the long-term plans are.
Thank you. Yes, so whilst the Haven I've mentioned is not actual overnight accommodation, so it may be that we need more specialist women's accommodation in the cities. We don't have a specific plan for that at the moment, but that is something that we would hope to see whether there's a need for from both the census and a needs audit across our rough sleeping work that is going on at the moment. We will also continue to work with the partners mentioned above, as well as any other organisations that are working in the city with both male and female people experiencing homelessness. In terms of the longer term plan, obviously we ultimately want to get to a point where no one is having to sleep rough, and if they are, then it's something that is brief and it's not recurring. And so we need specific plans in place for certain groups of rough sleepers, certain patterns that people may experience. So that will include a plan for women who are sleeping rough and how specifically we help them, hopefully to never have to sleep rough in the first place, or to prevent homelessness in the first place. But if not, then to get them off the streets or into permanent accommodation as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Now, question number 4 from Councillor Todd Jones. I understand Councillor Davey is joining us online. Are you responding?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, Councillor Fatala, Mr. Mayor. I am struggling with my voice today, so if you can't hear me, please let me know. If I can start by responding to Councillor Todd Jones' question by simply saying, as you can imagine from our perspective, the delight of being able to discuss the future of Cambridge with Angela Rayner and Rachel Reeves as opposed to Mr Gove goes without saying, and it means we can start almost afresh to review what we're doing. The important point, I think, to reflect upon following on from the election is the significant role that the combined authority will have. And already we've been having conversations with Nick Johnson and Anna as the Deputy Mayor as to how we can influence central government with regards to the case for Cambridge. I think one of the things probably worth saying at the start is it's unlikely to be called the case for Cambridge much longer, although many of the individuals who have been involved will continue to be involved. As such, I met with Peter Freeman yesterday to discuss particular issues as to where Homes England fit, and you'll probably have noticed that there were announcements today around Northstowe by Peter and Matthew Pennycook, who I think is the Minister for Housing and will have a significant role in what happens to this city. In addition to which, the officers of the City Council are working closely with Treasury civil servants and met with them earlier in the week. And again, their reiteration is that Cambridge will remain a significant part of national regeneration, bearing in mind our role as one of the net contributors to economic wealth across the country. Two final points to make. Growth isn't just about housing. It's really important. It's about skills, jobs, transport and infrastructure. And it's vital, therefore, that we make that point clear to the new Labour government and make sure those issues are not forgotten. But I think it's really important to stress that Cambridge will remain significant, be it either locally or in partnership with other places like Manchester. And obviously, when those discussions come to some fruition, we'll keep you posted. The most obvious initial issues around the the growth plan that's required of the CPCA, and obviously we'll bring that to the council in due course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Todd Jones, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only to say I really welcome those comments from Councillor Davey, because it is interesting that the Labour government has put the combined authorities, metro mayors, elected mayors, front and centre of its devolution proposals, so including those in the debates and discussions about the strategic role that we're relating to into what happened to Cambridge over the next decade or so is really, really important. So it's more of a sort of a kind of endorsement and follow through of what Councillor Davies just said, rather than another question. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor David, do you want to respond?
Simply to say, again, what's quite clear is the combined authority are going to play a significant role in the future of this city. And that devolution by Angela Rayner into the combined authority is both welcome, and Dr. Johnson's initial visits already, he's been to number 10 to meet with his fellow mayors and Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner, indicates that our voice will continue to be heard. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davey, and get well soon. Thank you. Now, question number 5 from Folbert. So, Councillor Folbert, sorry, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrongly. Councillor Bird, would you like to respond to the question?
Thank you, Mayor. HomeLink is a partnership of 6 local authority areas with a combined lettings policy and choice-based letting system. The letting policy is transparent about giving reasonable preference for the levels of housing need in line with legislation, and they are delivered under bandings based on priority. These bandings have been agreed as part of the partnership and include 4 levels of housing need, A to D. There is also significant flexibility in the policy to allow for discretion around priority in exceptional cases. The partnership reveals the policy regularly to ensure it remains fit for purpose and considers any changes in legislation. The HomeLink application system remains fit for purpose and the costs of the system and systems administration are shared across the partnership. The feedback from both customers and partners remains positive and it provides transparency about how priorities are allocated.
Thank you. Councillor Falbert, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor Burr. My question was specifically if you believe that the scheme is working. As you know, complaints, they do come. We have many complaints. I'm sure that you have heard of this, that is not new. So the scheme, as you said, is to support vulnerable people. And as you know, Cambridge is growing and many people, many residents relied on Home Scheme, on HomeLink, for new applications and housing exchange. So it's vital that is working, that is functioning. So is it fair to say that the scheme is never scrutinized here? And could you please compromise to publish information so that it can be scrutinized properly? Thank you.
Councillor Bird, would you like to respond?
Yes, Mayor. I'm sorry to hear you're getting many complaints. If you're really concerned, pass them on to me, I don't mind, and I'll work on them. Yes, I'll have a word with officers and see if we can get a paper to Housing Scrutiny Committee so you can see it. I do think it does work, HomeLink. The trouble is they have to do so many investigation about the person, so it seems like ages before they actually get their HomeLink number. But they do a great job. So I don't mind talking to you outside the committees if you want. All right.
Thank you. Now, question number 6 from Councillor Divkovic. Councillor Bird, would you like to respond?
Yes, Mayor. Sorry, I forgot I was the next one as well. Okay. We have been conducting tenancy audits in our homes since April 22, so it's 2 years now. And up to the end of June this year, we have achieved 1,485 visits, which is 21% of our stock. We are currently looking at how we can escalate the programme so it doesn't take 10 years to complete, while still ensuring that audits are effective and continue to achieve positive outcomes for both tenants and us as landlord. These positive outcomes for residents have included 19% accepting our assistance to move to more suitable accommodation for their needs, 28% being provided with support and identifying domestic abuse at 64 visits, which allows us to offer support and advice and making safeguarding referrals. We have identified 4 properties that have been abandoned and 9 that were being sublet, and 60% of all audits have identified issues with relation to property condition made up of unreported repairs in 33% of the audit. And unauthorised adaptations, 10%, damp and mould, 7%. These audits will be continuing, and as already stated, we are currently looking at how we can increase our programme to ensure we are able to support our residents and ensure we are efficiently managing our homes as a landlord. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Since Councillor Divkovic is not here, we will move on with question number 7. Question number 7 from Councillor Bennett. I understand Councillor Gilderdale will respond. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Naomi, for the question. I think firstly it's important to acknowledge the huge amount of work that went into drawing up the proposals for the accommodation bid, or the A bid that we've been calling it, which has been acknowledged by Visit England as an incredibly well-developed proposal, which also had support from many businesses, the City Council and South Cambs District Council. And I think it came as a shock to a lot of us that the proposals were not taken forward in the vote last week. The ABID, funded by Visitor Levy, offered the opportunity for a step change in investment, offering up to 9 million investment over 5 years in Cambridge's visitor economy. However, we know it was never going to be the only solution, and while we're disappointed by the news on Friday, the bid already plans to take stock, and further details of next steps will be discussed at the next bid board meeting. I think, well, we met this morning, and obviously it's quite short notice, and I think there'll be a lot of reflection that will take place to talk about how this came about and what lessons can be learned. The City Council will continue to work closely with the bid and Visit Cambridge partners, which are King's College and Curating Cambridge, to improve the visitor experience, create more value from tourism, and improve sustainability. So this includes a few things. For example, the bids service for visitors, including the ambassadors, which I imagine you'll have seen around, and destination marketing using the Visit Cambridge brand to encourage visitors to stay overnight in Cambridge by highlighting the whole city and surrounding area. We'll also continue to develop our destination management plan, the DMP, for Cambridge, which is being worked on with Visit Cambridge and South Cambs. We're also continuing discussions with Visit England and the Combined Authority about how we can establish a local visitor economy partnership. It's been a really helpful process to speak to hotels and businesses, not just in the bid area as well, about priorities for tourism, improving tourism management, and some of those key messages that came through, I'm sure, will continue on in future work. I think that's my time.
Thank you. Councillor Benner, do you have a supplementary question?
I do indeed. Thank you, Chair. And
Go ahead.
thank you, Alice, for a detailed answer. There is an awful lot of academic and professional work on the requirements for establishing a new tax or levy successfully. And again, the same issues come up. Now, there were 2 issues identified when this went through strategy and resources. And I just want to mention them quickly and ask whether there's been any feedback from the voters as to whether these affected their decision. The first issue was lack of a level playing field. Hotels are in direct competition with Airbnbs and similar short-let properties, which could not be included in the levy. This is a huge red flag for tax, which must be equal and fair and equitable. And the second issue, which was flagged at discussion stage, was compliance costs. I appreciate that outside the accountancy profession, the importance of compliance costs as a barrier to business is not perhaps as well understood as it should be. But I think that was an obvious and clear problem. And I hope that there will be some work to consider how that might be overcome. For example, on, whether it would be possible for businesses to be allowed to keep part of a levy to cover those compliance costs if that is the barrier. Thank you.
Councillor Gilderdale, do you want a response?
Thank you. I think that's a very fair description of some of the issues that were raised by hoteliers. I think it's also difficult because Cambridge was the first city to take this forward beyond Manchester. And while Manchester had seen a real success in the levy, I think it is a new landscape that we're working in, and I think there is hesitancy around bringing in these new proposals. We were also bringing it in at a higher rate than Manchester was, so I think that there was, again, additionally, while we can have conversations with hoteliers here, it's ultimately the managers who are not locally based who vote on these things. So I think there are also national conversations going on And it's really interesting to think about the kind of legislative landscape that we're working in. The way that the accommodation bid was proposed is quite strict based on the bid legislation. And at the moment, that's really the only way that we can bring in tourist levies like this or visitor levies like this. But I wonder whether going forwards there will be changes to that. And I think that you've touched on, again, something really important, which is the short stay lets. And already we're doing some work on that through our planning. But I think there's definitely space for calls for additional regulation on controlling Airbnbs and short-term lets. And perhaps that will kind of come hand in hand with this kind of work. So yeah, thank you.
Sorry, we have time for one more question, so I'll go for question number 8 from Councillor Clough to Councillor Tombra.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Clough. I think that all councillors have been notified by residents or local businesses about inconsiderately left Voi e-scooters or bikes. I have found that Voi respond quickly when notified by Cambridge councillors using the email support@voiapp.io. I'm not sure if you have tried this. If you have and still don't get a response and the situation might be considered dangerous, then I would be happy to escalate to senior managers at Voi, or Councillor Smith could raise the matter through the combined authority. I've had residents who have asked for Voi scooters to be parked closer to where they have lived, and I have also passed those requests on to the company with a positive result. You specifically asked how permanent parking for Voi scooters are considered and agreed, and this is the process. The local Voi operatives identify spaces around the city which might be suitable for a number of e-hire scooters or cycles, depending on how much space there is. The Voi City Success Manager for Cambridge meets regularly with the City and County Council representatives to check these locations and how many scooters or bikes are proposed. They look at proximity to junctions, accesses and highway features such as utility and lighting, and the footway space to maintain accessibility. Officers will refuse parking if it's likely to cause issues with sustainability. Sometimes there is uncertainty, generally because they're using Google Street View and photographs. In the instance that you mentioned, in some instances, officers suggest trialling a smaller number of scooters or e-bikes and monitoring feedback. If issues arise, Voi are generally very quick to reduce and remove as requested. I think the location you have raised is a trial parking spot, and officers are aware of the criticism and have asked Voi to remove the parking spot completely. And if this hasn't happened, please let us know so we can follow it up.
Thank you. Councillor Clough, you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. There's a clear democratic deficit in the way decisions are taken about the parking arrangements for these bikes and scooters. Pedestrians are supposed to be number one in the highway hierarchy, and the impact of parking on the footpaths has a disproportionate impact on people with buggies and young children, the elderly and those with disabilities, all protected characteristics under equalities legislation. Voi scooters and cycles are supposed to use the highway, not footpaths, and allowing them to park there is also giving the wrong message to users. Will the council undertake to work with the county council to ensure that they are parked on the road in designated pay and display bays paid for by Voi as soon as possible and using temporary TROs as necessary?
Councillor Thundra, do you want to respond to that question?
I think any of the parking issues that you've raised should be reported immediately, and they will be removed. There's no doubt about that. And the county council officers and the city council officers understand that the accessibility is a priority, and they have worked to listen to councillors and residents to get these removed. So it might be worth escalating this to the combined authority who are administering the trial and see if there's an issue there that can help resolve your concerns in greater detail if you feel the current arrangements are not working. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. That brings us to the end of the oral questions, and I will now move on to the items on motions. On the motion for debate, the mover and the seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. The proposer and the seconder of an amendment have up to 10 minutes between them. The relevant executive councillor and the mover of the original motion have 3 minutes each as a right of reply in that order. A bell will ring when you have 30 seconds left and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Therefore, moving on to agenda item 8A, motion on notice from Councillor Tong. Can I call on Councillor Tong to move the motion? I understand Councillor Bennett will be your seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. You all know who I am. And I just want to quickly say, firstly, this isn't all my work. It's a big project that loads of people and loads of my colleagues have been working on. So it's really exciting to finally get to bring it forward. And I'd also like to briefly thank the council officers who, as always, have been incredibly accommodating and helpful. Now, the actual subject of the motion is fairly obvious by the name. It's about what we can do to protect renters in Cambridge. Now, there are many, many renters in Cambridge. It was predicted by, well, we knew it for sure back in 2021, but the 2021 census says that around 31.4% of the households within the city are renting. And that was one of the largest increases since the last census in the entirety of East of England. So not only do we probably have around, a third of households in Cambridge privately renting at the moment, it's also only going to increase in the future, probably, if it keeps this current trend, which we can probably expect. This is a situation that particularly impacts young people who aren't yet on the housing ladder, and that's why I'm bringing it forward today, because it's something that resonates with me quite heavily, and also has affected many of my friends and colleagues. So it's quite well known that people often struggle to confront landlords about issues with the home in which they're living. Some of the common ones can be things like fire safety and stuff like condensation, damp and mould. And these are really serious issues and it's desperate they're addressed. But multiple problems can get in the way of renters actually confronting the landlord about them. And one of the big ones is no-fault evictions, Section 21, Housing Act 1988. This is quite a common trend. You find residents are really scared about coming forward, and they're scared about even discussing it with councillors because they're scared that if they do complain about an issue, they may be evicted. There may be reprisal from the landlords, which basically allows them to abuse the power imbalance. And because of the high cost of housing in Cambridge, it can really exacerbate this issue further because residents might have nowhere else to go, so they might just be forced to put up with it. Now, I wasn't taken by surprise with the contents of the King's speech. I actually wrote this motion in anticipation.
Sorry, can I stop you? Sorry, could you just speak a bit slow? You're going too fast. I'm struggling to follow.
That's fine. Apologies, I was trying to squeeze as much in as possible. I tend to be quite a fast speaker anyway. Sorry, where was I? I wasn't taken by surprise by the contents of the King's speech. I was really anticipating measures to address renters' rights being brought forward, and it's great to see this has happened. I'm really excited about this. That's great stuff. However, historically, we've seen the suggestion to abolish no-fault evictions has actually led to a big spike in evictions happening because landlords who may eventually have this right taken away want to use it while they have the chance. So I think it's really urgent that Cambridge City Council actually starts to implement measures to preempt this sort of behaviour happening. It's going to take a while for a ban on no-fault evictions to be official and actually come into proper effect. So it's really important we act now while we have a chance. So some of the suggestions I've put forward today is firstly, write to Angela Rayner to emphasise this is important to be done and try and push it forward as fast as possible. Another thing I want us to do is create more online resources, potentially, that residents can use to learn about this sort of stuff and the rights they have. I've often spoken about how talented our council officers are and how we provide a lot of help for people in socially rented accommodation, and how I think we could try and give other residents from all walks of life more access to those sorts of resources, because many people in privately rented accommodation are being really hit hard by the cost of living crisis at the moment. So to sort of sum up, those are the measures I would like to be looked into, as well as, more tools for residents. There's a list included in the document, but more tools for residents to try and learn about, effectively, landlords, to try and build more information about landlords that might be misusing and abusing systems like this. So abolishing no-fault evictions is a great thing. However, we get to kind of choose whether the transition to a world without them is bumpy or smooth. And even though it's going to happen eventually, I would like to get to that state as smoothly as possible for people in the city. I think that, at the moment, I believe around 900 no-fault evictions are happening across the UK per week. And it's really, really important that we do all we can to mitigate this while there is no ban in place.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, do you wish to speak now or reserve your rights?
I'll reserve my right, please, Chair.
Thank you. 5 minutes and 5 seconds left. Thank you. And Councillor Holloway has given notice of amendment, which is on page number 21 of the information pack. Councillor Bird will second the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Holloway.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Tong for bringing forward this motion. It is an extremely important topic, as he has mentioned, and he's also raised some really serious issues that can affect residents in private accommodation, so thank you for doing that. As he will have seen, and as he's mentioned already, the Labour government has announced in the King's Speech that it will bring forward a renters reform bill, including a ban on Section 21 evictions, which I'm really pleased about. I'm sure, as he says, he's really pleased about it. But I think, therefore, it does probably seem unnecessary for us as a council to write to Angela Rayner to ask her to do it when she's already said she's going to do it. It was also in the Labour manifesto that there would be an immediate ban on Section 21 evictions. So I know that trust in politics is low, and that's unfortunately a result of some of the people we've had in government recently, but I trust this government to follow through on their promises. We do already have several measures in place to support private renters, coming on to Councillor Tong's points about the transition. So I don't think this necessarily requires us to do a lot of new things, but maybe to acknowledge some of the things we are already doing. So we are taking a proactive approach to private tenant engagement. We have a presence in supermarkets sometimes. We go to events such as the ARU Property Fair we were at recently. We have monthly drop-in sessions now as well at Mandela House. And so there are opportunities for tenants to come forward. That said, we also have to remember that private renting is not a part of our statutory duties. So all of this is essentially extra work that our officers are doing. I mean, Councillor Tong mentions about sharing the expertise, and that is true, and that is a good thing to do. And in terms of the expertise and knowledge, that is also shared through some information on the council website. But in terms of officer time, we have already spoken earlier today about the challenges that we face within our social rented stock. And clearly we all acknowledge that we have a lot to do there and limited resources. So we do have to be careful about how we're using officer time and expertise. So what I'm trying to say is that we do have something in place already. I wouldn't want to commit to significantly more just through the process of a motion, given that we as a council, as we know, are going to have to make savings. And it's, whilst a very important area, not one that we as a council really have responsibility for, even though we want to do as much as we can. In terms of the National Landlord portal or a local portal, as Councillor Tong has suggested, the National Landlord Portal, it was, and I expect will be, a proposed part of the Renters Reform Bill. So I think it makes sense, again, to wait for that to come in. It would be a significant amount of work for us to create our own local version. We also know that, unfortunately, it would probably cost quite a lot. There was a Suffolk-wide landlord portal scheme that was funded by what was DLUC, and that cost over 2 million for a 2-year project. Now, that was across the whole of Suffolk, so obviously a larger area, but nevertheless, this is quite an expensive thing to do. And so given that we know that something is coming nationally, I think we should wait for that, see how we're going to work with that, and then we can respond accordingly. So, like you, Councillor Tong, I do welcome Labour government's commitment to ending Section 21 evictions and to improving rights for private renters. And I look forward to seeing those measures and to working with the national government to support private renters as far as we can.
Councillor Jerry Bird, would you like to speak now or reserve your right? You have 6 minutes to speak.
Can I reserve my right, please?
Thank you. In that case, are there any debate on this? Anyone want to talk about? Alice Gilderdale, please.
Thank you very much. I need to declare an interest that I'm a member of Acorn Union, which is a tenants' union in Cambridge. But I would also like to say something, if that's okay. As another young person on the council and a private renter, since I've been a member of the council, I've spoken quite a lot on the private rented sector, and I've really campaigned for the council to do more to support private renters, and working alongside Jerry and Cameron. A lot of this work that Cameron has laid out has actually come to fruition, and I think it's really, really important that we highlight that. It's essential that we have young people on councils to be highlighting the experiences of private renters, which is essentially quite a deregulated sector. My own experience last year, I was basically served a Section 21 notice and told to leave my house by a landlord who was incredibly abusive. And fortunately, the council were able to help, but ultimately, there is very, very little that local authorities can do. And obviously, in that situation, I was very lucky because I knew councillors, I knew who to speak to. I had kind of relationships with council officers who could help. But many people are not in that situation, and many people don't know how to navigate the system, let alone what their rights are. I think on top of talking about Section 21 notices, I would really welcome a few other things that have been announced. For example, that the standards of private rented sector are going to have to be put on the same as social housing, which I think is really important. The quality of the private rented sector accommodation is much lower usually than social housing, and is often very leaky. And private rented tenants are paying a lot of money for gas and electrics, especially in the cost of living crisis. I would also really welcome the end to bidding wars. This is something that many people might not know about if you haven't rented privately, but for example, when I rented my current house, there were 40 people looking at that house, and you had to put a bid in for it immediately, literally on the same day that you saw it, if not within the same hour. I went to view a property that didn't have a shower, and 50 people were queuing for that property. These are not luxury homes that people are renting. These are homes that are going to be people's essential, basic places to live. And it is absolutely, it just must continue to be on the agenda. And I think that it's really important that we continue to highlight the work that we do. And I'm really grateful to Councillor Tong for bringing this today. Thank you.
Any other debates? Chanelli?
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, we welcome the new bill and the new reforms. As you know, it was in, I think, everyone's manifesto here, and I wasn't at all surprised to see it included in the King's speech. I think regarding the motion and the amendment itself, I think the one bit I wanted to focus on are the areas within the council's direct control, and I think specifically what I'm going to highlight is selective landlord licensing, which we've spoken about previously, but I was a little bit surprised to see is still on the agenda, apparently. As you all know, we originally considered this idea in about 2019, looking at the criteria for selective landlord licensing were quite stringent, and we advised on our side at this time that this was very unlikely to be something that was possible within the city. Nonetheless, the report was commissioned, cost about £20,000 at the time, saying, unsurprisingly, selective landlord licensing wasn't an option. I see from the amendment that it came back in 2022 to reconsider this. We're now 18 months on from that point, and I'm very mindful of Councillor Holloway's argument that we need to avoid wasting officers' time, and therefore I would be grateful to know if we have an update on this, because to me this was an idea which was well-intentioned, but was ultimately settled a number of years ago unless something has materially changed about the city. So I think I'd be grateful for clarification on that point. And then, whatever format the motion takes, we will obviously support this as we would support all our private renters who I agree, many of whom live with very difficult situations, very difficult conditions that we'd all want to help resolve.
Councillor Martin Smart.
Yeah, thanks. So, obviously it's up to all of us what we want to declare, but it's none of my business what Councillor Martinelli does with his property, but I don't know if anyone needs to declare an interest here. I understand Councillor Martinelli has 2 houses in Cambridge, as does Councillor Bick, so I don't know if those are let out and they're landlords, so that might be a reason to, maybe they forgot, I don't know.
Councillor Martinelli.
So I don't have 2 properties in Cambridge that I own. I don't think I have anything of interest to declare, but I hope Councillor Smart will retract the insinuation, actually.
I didn't want to insinuate anything. I'm just reading off the Register of Interests. I don't know if I've got it wrong. It says that you've got a house on... have I got it wrong?
So one of them is a house owned by my wife's parents.
Oh, right, okay.
Is that
Sorry, like I
acceptable
said,
to
I
you,
didn't
Councillor
want
Smart?
to get involved in your business. I just, as we're debating this thing, it's in our interest to declare.
Yeah, now, Councillor Falbert.
Yes, I actually agree with Councillor Martinelli. This is a data protection breach. We cannot talk about personal issues in this way, Councillor Smart. So an apology would be very much welcome. Thank you.
I'm perfectly willing to apologise if I've hurt anyone's feelings. I mean, I'm only reading off the data that's written on the council website. Obviously, I got it wrong, so I apologise. But that's what's written, so that's why I said it.
See, I want to move on. On the original motion, Councillor Gothoput, please.
Thank you. This is of interest to me, having privately rented in the past and then being a housing association tenant. I've had some very bad landlords here and in Hull and in London, and I've had some good ones. But many of my residents are actually private renters. There is often a very big discrepancy in the quality of their housing and certainly in the cost. So thank you for bringing it, Councillor Tong. I am very keen that a national landlords register is set up and that we make use of what is happening and covered in the national legislation. So thanks.
Councillor Nestor, please.
Yes, I wanted to point out as well, having experienced a Section 21 eviction a few years ago with 3 small children and young family, serious infestations, black mold, you name it, we had a really bad experience. I just wanted to acknowledge as well the role of Citizens Advice Cambridge, because in relation to helping people with problems, private renters are really, really good. And I know they're a charity, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. And thank you, Councillor Tong and Councillor Holloway, for bringing the motion and the amendment to the motion. Thank you.
To Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I'd just like to say I welcome this amended motion, and I really welcome our new government's 3 bills that will help to deal with our housing crisis. And I'd just like to read something out which I got today from Shelter, the nationwide charity working on homelessness, and saying the Renters' Rights Bill could finally level the playing field by bringing in full reform to renters' rights. And I'd just like to highlight that the proposed bill could also help to deal with some other issues that are faced by private renters. For example, if you've got children, it's harder to rent a property. If you've got pets, which to some people, even those of us with children, are like our children. And so the issue goes much broader, but I'd just like to say I really welcome this bill and I will be very happy to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Dalwar.
Thank you for bringing this bill. And I have a mixed feeling of the bill. And I am a landlord, but I have no property. I'm declared is not in Cambridge City Council, London, and other place. But I face different issue with the tenants when they come easily. They're very friendly, but sometimes they have intention to get a council property, making lots of excuse, lots of annoying, and they ask to make the landlord to make them eviction. And sometimes they go to agent, they say, okay, we'll pay the fee, can you make me homeless? Yeah, it is some of the tenant has, but we need to keep it balanced. We need to keep this landlord's right as well. Their property need to be safe, and it will be fair rent for both sides, and house should be clean and tidy as they got it. When they live, it should be like this. And it's like a landlord don't have a landlord license, you have to need first. So yeah, Cambridge, we can do the same thing. We need to license, officers should be getting, visit the property and see, yes, the property is fit for rent or not. It is efficiency, energy efficiency is enough for the rent out or not. How the people live in the garden with this small garden, the shed, make a shed and give a rent, it's high demand. And it comes a bit, that's true in Cambridge. Yeah, I believe we should take some step to our residents who have no house. They are looking for a house to rent. They should need a decent house and comparative price and a safe place. And landlord side should be strong as well. When they need the property, they need to get the property back easily. Thank you.
Any other debate? Councillor Smart.
No, I'd just like to say, but I don't agree with, through you, Chair, the content of what Councillor Delaware just said then. But in terms of the substantive, I think he's brave to speak on behalf of the landlord in this context, in this motion. And it's good to hear that side. So I think that's a good thing, that we should consider all sides and we need to work together in terms of making the market work better for everyone. So I'd just like to say that.
Any other comment or any other observations? So Councillor Bird asked the seconder of the amendment, do you wish to speak now? Go ahead, the floor is all for you.
Yes, I do, Mayor. Sorry, I called you Chair. Okay, I do understand how young people having to go to private renters. I've got 3 grandchildren, all at the age of 27, out of my 8. And they are finding it very hard to find somewhere to live. And it's not fair on them. They all work very hard, but they just can't find these places. They're so expensive for them because they're still only young. And these children won't be able to go on the housing waiting list, because if they did, they wouldn't get a house for 15 years, even more. So how are they going to cope? So we need to get these renters, private renters, actually thinking about this and not taking the mickey out of the young people who are working hard to try and save up for a home. It's ridiculous. I did hear tonight that somebody who's renting, it's a big house, there's 8 bedrooms, but it's costing the young lad £900 a month. That is ridiculous for one room. So I think this is completely wrong. But Cameron and I will make sure that we do keep the chambers updated on what we're doing, and the selective landlord licensing is in the motion to note it's for context. And it's not being actively worked on currently, but may consider it later on. So we will be working on it because we all understand. Cameron's young, he understands. I'm an old woman now, so I don't understand. But I do from my grandchildren. So thank you, Mayor.
I just want to mention this, like the tenant, the international students, the way they are being treated by some of the private landlords, an issue which I have been taking for some time. And the way they have been treated by private landlords at Councillor Pora is clearly understand the situation. Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Bennett, as the seconder of the original motion, do you wish to speak now?
I will, please, Mayor. Firstly, I want to thank everybody who's spoken in this debate, and particularly Councillors Gilderdale and Moore and Bird for sharing what must have been painful experiences. Councillor Nestor, any Section 21 eviction is bad, but to have to explain that to children, that seems like a new version of hell to me. Thank you for your courage and for sharing your experience. I do want to comment on some of the things Cameron mentioned. He suggested that because there's a bill in the King's Speech, it's unnecessary to write to Angela Rayner. However, the basic point of our motion is that every delay between an announcement of a bill and the actual it becoming law means that more and more families are subject to preemptive no-fault evictions. The figures that Elliot quoted came from Sadiq Khan's research, the Labour Mayor of London, and I don't doubt his figures. He also commented that it's probably an underestimate because the figures derived from cases that go through the court, and most cases don't. Not everybody understands that they have a right to resist a Section 21 notice in court. And a lot just go through on the quiet. So why don't we write to congratulate Angela Rayner on this initiative and ask her to bring the new bill forward as fast as possible? I also want to talk a little bit about other reasons for supporting private renters, and that's because currently private renters in Cambridge are paying something like 60% of their earnings to landlords. Now, when I was an accountant, my boss told me off for spending 30% of my earnings on my rentals. He said, that's much too high, Naomi. You should be ashamed of yourself. I think he'd turn in his grave if he's, to know how bad it's got. But because of this, private renters, particularly young private renters, particularly those a long way from home, such as international students, are very exposed to financial pressures and the risk of homelessness. We have excellent financial inclusion officers who support our council tenants, and they have actually offered to do videos to help private tenants access their rights and particularly their financial rights. Wouldn't it be a good idea to pursue this, which is actually one of Councillor Tong's budget recommendations, so that we can protect ourselves from a financial burden providing temporary accommodation under our homelessness duty? Councillor Tong speaks regularly to our London Green colleagues, and the London boroughs are suffering an enormous impact on their ability to deliver services at cost of temporary accommodation. With our high rights in Cambridge, there is clearly a risk here, and I would love to see us take further action, and I hope that we can all discuss this afterwards. So, I won't speak any further other than to say it's been good to have such a courteous, open and honest debate, and to see some consensus reached around the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Now, Councillor Holloway, as the Executive Councillor, you have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes. Do you wish to speak now?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thank you. I mean, I think the debate's largely over, so thank you everyone for participating. I mean, not to labour the point, but I think on the point of should we write a letter or not, I think I totally agree that there is huge urgency, but I also don't think that us writing a letter would actually increase the speed at which this happened. Otherwise, thank you very much, everyone, for taking part in the debate.
Tong, as the mover of the original motion, you have the right to reply up to 3 minutes. Do you wish to speak?
I do, thank you. Can I just go straight into it? So firstly, I think everyone has felt this has been a really productive, this wasn't even really a debate, it was more a discussion, which was really, really nice. There was loads of really, really useful stuff here, so thanks. I also want to thank Mr. Mayor for mentioning students and international students. That was actually something that was really on my mind when writing this, and the experience of my friends as well, who have had problems, and we're coming up to the summer, so students have kind of been on my mind in the sense that they'll be returning afterwards. One thing I want to note is there is no firm commitment to necessarily implementing these measures. I've purely suggested looking into them and investigating them. Obviously, there is going to be a financial cost for some of them, and as Councillor Holloway has pointed out, we don't quite know the extent of that. So I think even though it may be expensive, it would be nice to look into it. I think that would be a productive use of our time. To look at something that I think would be quite simple to do, it was really, really nice to hear about Councillor Gilderdale's experience. Even though the experience she went through with her renting was horrible, it was great to hear about how she could come to council officers for support. And that really reinforces in my mind that council officers have a lot of help they could give. And creating even a few web pages that can give advice to residents, a few dedicated web pages, I think would go a long way to helping residents that are suffering through times like this.
Information, if you Google Cambridge City Council private renters, there is a page on the City Council website with information about private renters already there. So if there's additional things you want to add, then I'm sure we can. But it is there already.
Go on.
Yeah, I have seen it. I just felt it could go into more and offer a bit more help.
Now, members, we will move to the electronic vote on the amendment. For 20, against 5, abstention 10. Therefore, the amendment is carried. Now, we will move to the vote on the amended motion as the substantive motion or the original motion. Just the amended motion, sorry. Yeah. The motion has been carried unanimously, 35-4. Now, agenda item 8B, motion on the notice of Councillor Payne. I understand that there is a small alteration to the motion which can be found on the printed on the seats of members. Members, please can you signify your agreement for this? I have also permitted under the Constitution an updated amendment as this was not anticipated before King's speech was given. I now call on Councillor Payne to move the motion. And I understand Councillor Huck will be the seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Payne, the floor is all for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the Chamber's patience in allowing the slight amendment under Council Procedure Rule 26. The reason for it is because when we had to submit the motion by preceded the date when the King's speech was announced and obviously the content. But as you'll see, it doesn't change any of the content, it just acknowledges that the King's speech has now taken place. So Cambridge has a very lovely river. People punting merrily along with pims in their hand, regularly grace Christmas and greetings cards far and wide. So it's no surprise that the pollution of our rivers and waterways that's been such a discussed topic over the last few months has found real resonance here in Cambridge as well. Sewage pollution is not new. So in the past, our sewage infrastructure, like much of the UK's, has struggled to keep pace with rapid urban development. I'm quite sorry, actually, that our friend Fergal Sharkey didn't make the cut from Councillor Thornber's first amendment to the second one, but I thought he should be given some tribute here tonight, as back in the 1970s, when he was still singing rather than talking about water, the sewage situation in Cambridge actually reached probably its first crisis, and that's because our systems were quite often overwhelmed, leading to the discharge of untreated or partially treated sewage into the River Cam and its tributaries. At the time, this resulted in quite significant pollution, which affected the ecosystem and the health of residents. And I think it's then that we started to talk about the impact of waterborne diseases, the impact on aquatic life, and the decline in biodiversity caused by that for the first time. The public's ability to safely enjoy the river was compromised. So since then, we've made some progress. We now have clearer environmental regulations, and there has been a substantial improvement in infrastructure. Modern wastewater treatment facilities now employ advanced processes to effectively treat sewage before it's discharged into the environment. Technologies like the activated sludge treatment and the membrane filtration have greatly improved the quality of the effluent released into the Cam. But despite this, we still face numerous challenges to maintain our water quality. Climate change continues to put pressure on our sewage systems, and heavy rainfall events can still lead to overflow, so emerging pollutants like microplastics and pharmaceuticals pose new threats to water qualities. We found dangerous levels of E. coli at Sheep's Green, which is why the monitoring we now have in place through the designated bathing area is so important. In some parts of the river, treated sewage actually makes up 40% of the river flow, and sewage fungus, which will thrive in polluted waters, has been found in the Cam, which depletes the oxygen levels in the water, making it obviously quite difficult for the fish and for the weeds. The inadequate monitoring we've seen from Anglian Water has really exacerbated these concerns, and there have been instances where their very slow response to leaks has meant far more harm has been caused than was necessary. It's absolutely vital that our new government holds the water companies to account by making them criminally liable for the damage they cause to our waterways. I'm very glad to see in Councillor Thornber's amendment that essentially it feels like we're very much in agreement with everything we have to say about water. And also that while Councillor Holloway tells us in his amendments on page 22 that there isn't any point writing to the Labour Minister, I'm very heartened that by page 25, Councillor Thornber has decided that there is a value in making sure our new government are aware of Cambridge's concerns. I think the only part here which we simply cannot accept, and I think which we find rather strange, is this odd dispute, not about policies, but actually about how many members of Parliament Cambridge has. So although we're pleased to welcome the Member of Parliament for North West Cambridgeshire to our chamber, and he might be forgiven for thinking about slightly other things at the moment, I would hope the rest of us here still recognise the value and the importance of our role as members of Cambridge City Council, and therefore would consider the residents of Cherry Hinton and Queen Edith's interests to be worth representing by us also, even if it does require us to write to a Liberal Democrat MP. Thank you.
Councillor Huq, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? You have 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
I will reserve my right, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now, Councillor Thornber has given a notice of an amendment. Councillor Griffin will second the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Now, Councillor Thornber. Thank you.
Yes. I'd like to thank Councillor Payne for raising this important issue and for all of the very interesting things that she's raised about why she brought this motion. Water pollution is a huge issue in this region and the whole country. The Integrated Management Study, or Stantec review, done in 2020, highlighted the issues on water supply and over-abstraction, but also the problems or issues on the wastewater system were also included. And it was clear that action is required, it is necessary. Over the past years, the pollution levels and behaviour of the water companies has been debated in Parliament and raised at every level of public debate and protest. The situation is so bad that it will take a huge effort and change to bring about a wastewater service that is fit for our times. But change has started. Our Labour government has only been in power for 2 weeks, and it feels much longer because of what it has already done. It is so impressive and so substantial. An action on wastewater pollution is included in the King's Speech and includes ensuring water bosses face personal criminal liability for law breaking, giving the water regulators power to ban the payment of bonuses when environmental standards are not met, introduction of code of conduct for water companies so customers can summon board members and hold executives to account, and requires water companies to install real-time monitors at every sewage outlet with data independently scrutinised by water regulators. And there's more. And it's not just words. We do not need to call on our Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs about priorities. He has set the priorities and has started the bill process. But it is right that we welcome this. I commend our amendment to the Council.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Councillor Griffith, you may wish to speak now, or you reserve your right. You have 8 minutes.
Mayor, I will reserve my right.
In that case, we are moving on to debate. Are there any debate on this? Yep.
Yes, I'd like to say thank you very much to Councillor Payne for bringing this motion. I think that the outrage that has been felt locally and nationally about the behaviour of the directors and the shareholders of water companies is absolutely justified. They've been collecting huge bonuses and salaries while they've been failing to invest at all in the vital infrastructure that's needed. And they've continued to pour sewage into our waterways. So I can say that we completely support this motion and thank you again very much for bringing it.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I absolutely support this amended motion. And I think I'm a Londoner. I've never swum in the Thames, but ever since moving to Cambridge, my children and I really enjoyed swimming in the river, but in the River Cam. But over the last few years, family members getting sick after swimming in the river, just now we're put off. So wouldn't it be fantastic? Obviously, hopefully through our designated bathing water policy, but also now with this new bill from our new government, we once again will be able to enjoy our river. Of course, for me, I can just choose not to swim in the river. The birds, the water birds, the fish, they can't make that decision. They need the river, and so we need to also be doing it for them, not just for ourselves. I'd just also like to say that both of these motions really highlight the power that a changing government can make. We are told repeatedly, I'd imagine, everyone, that, oh, you're all the same.
Yeah.
We're really not, and here is some evidence of it. So thank you very much. I support this amended motion.
Anyone else to speak? Councillor Delwa Hussain, please.
Thank you for bringing this nice motion. And I appreciated this one because as a human, it is our responsibility to keep the water safe. Not only for human, we have 24,000 creatures on the earth, according to Quran. So all the creatures depend on the water. Without water, no one can alive. So we need to keep our water safe, not only chalk way or the industrial way. And as a council, we can do something better as well. Like I have an experience last week. I want to see Lake Como, and a nice lake, and I want to touch the water. When we go close to water, and how bad the smell it is. When I touch the water, I have to wash my hand. I have to run somewhere to wash my hand. It is the same way Cambridge water, because why the Lake Como water is so dirty? Because all the boat, all the ship, everyone, all this waste, human waste, they go directly to water. So as a Cambridge, we have lots of boat around here. So where these people who live in the boat, where their waste going, and they use the chemical in their toilet as well. So we need to some public toilet facility for who live in the boat, who can use this one to make the water more safer and more cleaner. Thank you.
Any other? Anyone else want to talk? Anyone else to speak? So therefore, now I invite Councillor Griffin as the seconder of the amendment to speak. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's important to highlight what is going into this water special measures bill we expect to make progress soon. So, for example, water bosses are going to face personal criminal liability for law breaking. The new bill will give the water regulators new powers to ban the payment of bonuses if environmental standards are not met. It will boost accountability for water executives through a new code of conduct for water companies so customers can summon board members and hold executives to account. It will introduce new powers to bring automatic and severe fines. It will require water companies to install real-time monitors at every sewage outlet with data independently scrutinized by water companies. Okay, and I do think, again, to highlight what Councillor Moore said, it is, we have a change of government. This is going to make a big difference. The last government allowed, in 22-23, 9.7 million was paid out in bonuses to water and sewage company executives in England and Wales. despite the poor performance in this sector, with nearly 4.2 million fines issued as a result of prosecutions. This is the kind of thing that the previous government tolerated, and the current government will not. So I support this bill, this motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Councillor Huck as the seconder of the original motion. Do you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Cambridge has its history with sewage. It has even been shaped by sewage. Hobson's Conduit, now an iconic monument of our city, was built in the 1600s to relieve the city centre of sewage by adding clean water to what was then King's Ditch. Apparently, they even got money from the university for it. Those were the days. Our Museum of Technology, formerly the Cheddar's Lane pumping station, with its iconic brick chimney, was built just before 1900 to pump sewage out of Cambridge. It soon needed more pumps because of Cambridge's growing population. These days, our problems with sewage do not mainly originate from within the city, but from outside the city. Much of it is therefore not under our direct local control. A lot of it requires national legislation and interregional collaboration. The sewage in the Cam and its tributaries cannot always be seen or smelled, but we know it is there. We can hear it almost daily in our local and national news. I live and work close to the river and some of our chalk streams, and there is hardly a day when I'm not walking or cycling past them. I've just enjoyed 2 evenings watching the bumps, like many others around me. Nobody wants to think about what's going on underneath the boats. And it is not just about the river itself, also about what lives around it and from it, like plants, animals, and humans. And a significant part of the pollution is caused by agriculture, for example, the use of fertilizer, as well as by livestock farming. I think it is therefore essential to write to our MP, who happens to be a new DEFRA minister. A lot of pollution in the city comes from our surrounding constituencies, and they also get some pollution from us in return. Water and sewage don't respect borders. It is therefore essential to write to the MPs in our neighbouring constituencies. Especially Pippa Halings, our new MP from South Cambridgeshire, has a very strong record fighting for our environment. We must get these people into one boat. I therefore think that Councillor Thornborough's amendment is unnecessary and even misses the point. Even if we now have a new government, something we've all been hoping for and in fact been working for, we can and should still push our government to do more. Do Labour really think everything's fine now and the new minister is going to sort everything out? This is not good enough. We represent Cambridge and not Westminster. I hope this does not indicate that we will have to deal with the more arrogant, complacent and overconfident Labour group in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Thornborough, as the Executive Councillor, you have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes. Do you wish to speak? Floor is all for you.
So, regarding MPs, I like to be accurate and I don't want to muddle up residents and local businesses. Cambridge has 1 MP, and I did suggest to the Labour, the Lib Dem, that they might want to be more accurate in what they said. We would have considered the 2 MPs whose constituencies include part of the area administered by the city, Cambridge City Council, or the MP for Cambridge and the MP for South Cambs, whose constituency includes 2 wards that are part of the city, Cambridge City. And I just want to reiterate that we do not need to call on the Secretary of State because he is taking priorities. He is doing exactly what you put in your motion. Therefore, we can welcome and thank him for doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Councillor Payne, as the mover of the original motion, you have the right to reply up to 3 minutes. Do you want to speak now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't speak for long, just to say thank you for the support across the chamber for the importance of this motion. I do still remain absolutely baffled, as Councillor Thornborough just clearly said, that Cambridge does have two MPs. So I think it would be far more, and our concern with the amendment is that that part there is simply not accurate. If we had said the MPs for the two constituencies, for instance, that would have made much more sense. So I think it is important to be clear and truthful, as we do now have South Cambridgeshire, where two of our city wards are represented by a Lib Dem MP. But thank you for your support on this issue.
Thank you, members. We will now move to the electronic vote on the amendment. Now, we have 24 and 15 against. Therefore, the amendment has carried. Now, we will move to vote on the amended motion as the substantive motion. Yeah. It's already started. It's unanimous, right? Yeah, it is unanimous, 35-4. So therefore, members, the motion is therefore carried. I have been asked, do we need a break, a comfort break? Thank you. How many minutes? 5 minutes or 10 minutes? 5, 10? 10, fine. Yeah, we'll be back. we move on to agenda item 8C, motion on notice from Councillor Lee. I call on Councillor Lee to move the motion. I understand Councillor Young will be the seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Lee, please address the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The election this month feels historic in many ways. After 14 years of Tory government, especially the shambles that followed the Brexit referendum, 4 unelected prime ministers, the Tories' daily battle with reality, their ongoing competition to outdo each other in utter incompetence, the unprecedented levels of corruption and scandals, and the endemic infighting, that we now have a government that would describe themselves as progressive feels like a breath of fresh air, if not a new era. It was also historic for another reason, however. In the election, Labour won just 33.7% of the vote, which translated to 63.2% of the seats in Parliament and consequently 100% of the power. Let that sink in. Just over a third of voters voted for Labour in an election where tactical voting was widespread. Yes, we all know the rules, but it would take Olympian levels of mental gymnastics to portray the results as anything approaching fair outside the context of the first-past-the-post voting system. If the Labour government is to truly bring in a new era, it needs to consign first-past-the-post to history. Labour, by number of votes, are a minority of the electorate, the largest minority, but a minority nonetheless. 19,097,193 voters did not vote for Labour, more than double those who did. And yet Labour have absolute power to do with as they see fit for the next 5 years. There is nothing underhand or untowards about this, but the absurdity of a winner-takes-all system is clear when a party with a minority of popular support can, does, and will do exactly as it pleases without the opposition being able to do anything about it. The embarrassing wrecking amendment to this motion is proof of that. A system where the ruling party can alter a motion beyond recognition with the sole reason to negate the spirit and intent of that motion, and then pass a now neutered amended motion is not a fit system for a healthy democracy. It is telling that the only other country in Europe that uses first-past-the-post is Belarus, hardly a beacon of democracy. It is also telling that nearly all the countries that use first-past-the-post have it as a legacy of British colonialism rather than through any merits of the system itself. No country has switched from a more proportional voting system to first-past-the-post, but several have switched away from it, like New Zealand, which, according to the Democracy Index last year, was the second most democratic country in the world. And yet, in the 18th placed UK, we run elections on a system where disenfranchisement is a feature, not a bug. Too many votes across the spectrum made no difference to the makeup of Parliament. Beyond being a performative exercise in democracy and civic duty, voting for a losing candidate gets you nothing. For those who didn't vote for Labour in this election, all they can hope for is the MP they wanted and the hope that they'll do their best to represent them and their area in Parliament. Some people, and I dare to suggest the people of Clacton will be among them, will fail to get even that modicum of value. Is it any wonder, then, that engagement in politics is down, voter turnout is down, membership of political parties is down, and desperate people are looking ever further towards the edges for solutions, only to find sneckles, salesmen, grifters, and charlatans? Once again, I dare to suggest the people of Clacton are among them. When talking to apathetic voters, it is sometimes very hard to disagree with their assertion that their vote doesn't make any difference. For too many voters, their vote doesn't matter. A system where people are deliberately disenfranchised was not fit for the 20th century, let alone the 21st. We absolutely need a system where people are both represented and feel represented, however reprehensible we may find their views towards the edges. We need a new system to engage with the public and make them feel heard, and we need to hear them. First-past-the-post is in part responsible for the toxic, adversarial, and immature political culture that we have in this country, that reduces arguments to the best-sounding sound bites and scrubs them with nuance, that polarizes people into reds or blues, Leave versus Remain, or goodies versus baddies. We need to only look across the Atlantic to see if this footballification of politics is a desirable end state for our democracy. We only need to look at Brexit and its effects to see how damaging to a country a winner-takes-all system is to its political life, to its economy, and to its culture. The Conservatives could not have passed the Brexit they did if they had to win broad support across Parliament. Indeed, one wonders if Brexit could have happened at all. Labour Party membership agrees with introducing proportional representation for general elections. A motion passed at Labour conference in 2022 to commit to do just that. Labour's own National Policy Forum recognises the flaws of first past the post, and even Councillor Davies' castration of this motion admits that the failings of the system and calls to reintroduce proportional voting systems for the elections for directly elected mayors. It raises the question, if proportional voting systems are good enough to elect mayors, why are they not good enough for the elections of councillors and members of parliament? Does the Labour Party across the chamber only believe in fairness when it suits them? Ignoring the issue won't make it go away. We won't re-engage with the electorate by throwing them crumbs in the form of proportional voting systems for directly elected mayors, and even less so for police and crime commissioners. The succession of prime ministers we've had since Brexit makes a mockery of the argument that first past the post leads to stable government. The only benefit of first past the post is for Labour and the Conservatives, and even there the maths is on the side of the Tories. The Liberal Democrats have fairness enshrined in our constitution, and our MPs across the country, including Pippa Healings, who represents part of this city, stood for a fair deal. The Liberal Democrats won 72 seats in this election, which is the highest number of seats in our history, and it's precisely when the system has benefited us most that we want to change it, even if our fortunes dip as a result. It is one of our values, it is a matter of principle, and it is who we are. That is why I'm bringing this motion to Council and why I urge you to vote for it unamended. Thank you.
Councillor Young, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? You have 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
I'll reserve my right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Gilderdale, I understand you will move an amendment on behalf of Councillor Davey, which is on page number 27 of the information pack. Can I ask you who is your seconder?
Councillor Griffin is my seconder.
Thank you. Yeah, all over to you.
Thank you. As I'm sure you're all aware, I'm not the official proposer of this amendment, and therefore I'm not going to speak for very long. I believe Councillor Davey, if he's feeling well enough, might chip in and say what he was planning on saying now during the discussion. But I would just like to point people towards the amendment, which highlights that this has also been discussed at the County Council, and where a similar motion was passed, amended, I believe. And it would be good to have the City Council's motion in line with the County Council's, and also to highlight the need to reintroduce the voting system for the Police and Crime Commissioner and the directly elected mayors, which was recently changed back to a proportional first past the post. It's too late. So to that end, I commend the amendment to the council. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Griffin, would you like to speak now or you reserve your right?
I would like to reserve my right, thank you.
You have 9 minutes.
I'd like to reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. That case, we are moving on to debate. Are there any debate? Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thanks to the original proposer of the motion. It was good to hear what you had to say, and it's very interesting. I'm afraid, for all you said, I am still in favour of first past the post. I think it gives people what they want. It certainly gives Labour government. But just a couple of points on that. So you mentioned Brexit. I'm not quite sure how PR would work with Brexit, because that's the whole point, wasn't it? The country had to decide one way or the other. And you also mentioned the mayor. So you said about PR for the mayor. So it seems to me, and I'm not an expert by any means, but you can't have PR for a mayor, can you? There's only one person. So you either vote for the mayor or somebody else, or another mayor. You don't sort of elect a few mayors. So just to point that out, really. But I understand the general drift of what you're saying. I think Lib Dems have a skin in the game, don't you, really? Because, I mean, if you were Labour, I suppose you'd be happy with being in power. But since you're not, I suppose you'd prefer to have PR. So there you go.
Oh, Councillor Tong, please. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I would like to start on a positive note. 2024 is a super election year with a record number of people across the globe participating in democratic elections. And here in Britain, we do live in a democracy where everybody can participate in the democratic process. But it increasingly feels like something worth highlighting because democracy is under threat. Over the last few decades, not only has turnout at elections gone down, but also membership in political parties has decreased dramatically by over a half. For me, it is therefore clear that we should present voters with a wider range of options. Interestingly, the Western allies, including Britain and the USA, developed a modern system of proportional representation for West Germany after the war, but didn't adopt it themselves. Germany now has a mixed member system where voters have 2 votes, one for a party and one for a local candidate. Thus, Parliament is representative of the electorate, but representatives also have a link to a particular constituency. Interestingly, West Germany started with 2 big parties after the war on the left and the right, with a small liberal party in the middle. But over the last decades, it has become a bit more diverse and also includes extreme parties on the left and right, so they can be seen for what they are. For some people, this is an argument against PR, as it may lead to weaker and unstable governments. But do you remember when Britain last had strong and stable leadership? The shortest term of a German chancellor so far has been just under 3 years, and that was in the 60s. Do I really need to say more? And I think this addresses Councillor Smart's point as well. When the last Labour government created devolved parliaments in Scotland and Wales, it too decided that they would have proportional systems. Labour's members, as Councillor Lee pointed out, seem to be in favour of proportional representation. I am therefore disappointed that Cambridge Labour are chickening out on this occasion. The amendment simply ignores the problem. First past the post is not fair, and that from a party that writes fair for all on their flag. This system is not fair for all. It benefits the few and not the many. And on this occasion, it actually benefited both Labour and the Lib Dems, but we are sticking to our principles. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Clow, please. And Councillor Mike Davey, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay in the chamber? Can you hear me? Shall I carry on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, Naomi. And apologies that I can't be there, but I have, that's why obviously delegated to Alice to propose 5 simple points, really. I don't think it is a wrecking amendment. We pushed this forward in the attempt to actually do something practical rather than attempt to simply undermine Labour's victory at the recent election, which I'm afraid was what I took from Councillor Lee's initial motion to council. We do believe, as is said in the second paragraph of the amendment, that electoral reform can help to improve engagement and tackle polarisation, but we're not convinced that that alone is the answer. So, for example, where there has been established proportional representation elsewhere in Europe, the electoral turnout in Italy was 63%. The electoral turnout in Spain, 66%, which hardly demonstrates that proportional representation is the answer to engagement. As a result, therefore, by our amendment, we're seeking to take practical steps, and interesting enough, to work in collaboration with the Liberal Democrats and the Labour administration at the County Council. So what we've done with this amendment is look to what the County Council agreed back in April and actually taking steps and proposals to actually improve engagement with young people and with the community at large, rather than just do some grandstanding stuff, which I'm sure is very popular in Lib Dem circles. The final thing I'd say is that, in addition to which, as a practical step forward, as the first step forward, we would suggest that we will be writing to central government with a view to reforming the first 2 steps in relation to, obviously, the mayoral and the PCP elections. So again, it's not just about saying there's one simple answer. It's about trying to make sure we take forward electoral reform in its whole situation, but also take steps to engage with young people and people across the county. So I therefore urge you to adopt the amendment rather than adopt a rather simplistic initial motion from Councillor Lee. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. In my list, next is Councillor Clough.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to support Councillor Lee's motion. The Green Party manifesto for the general election under the proposal for a Fair Politics Act states that we would replace the first-past-the-post system for parliamentary and council elections with a fair and proportional voting system. This is the only way to reduce the dissatisfaction with our political system and to encourage proper engagement by our communities and residents. And I've just also received a green post-it note from Naomi, which says the Green Party membership has increased by 5% since the election. So we're very pleased with the engagement we're achieving. Thank you.
And my list, next is Councillor Anna Smith.
Is it time to get up already? Can I just check, is it 2 minutes I've got? Is that right? 3. Ah, great. Lovely. Don't worry, I won't use it all up just to be... Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I'm a bit late to the kind of electoral reform party, and I have to say I still have deep concerns about some of the models, especially those which reduce the link between a representative and their constituency, which I think must absolutely be at the heart of anything we do. But I couldn't let this go through without pointing out that I've seen the power of fairer voting for myself in this region. I've seen it in practice, and of course I've seen it in its absence. Because it is fair to say that I have recent lived experience of this. In the Police and Crime Commissioner elections, over 100,000 people voted against the Conservative candidate. But the Conservative won with just over 61,000 votes. I can't remember the name of the second place candidate, but they were just a couple of thousand votes off. And I know that many people were desperate to vote tactically to get rid of the Tories. Now, it would be really cruel of me to comment here on the potential impact of dodgy Lib Dem bar charts on that result, so of course I won't do that. But the fact is that dodgy bar charts count for a lot less when you have a second preference to exercise. So a change back to a fairer system with a second preference for the voters, that won't change the fact that we have 4 years of a Conservative PCC the majority of voters did not choose and arguably did not want. But we can make sure that we go back to a fairer system for next year's mayoral elections, or at least to do our bit to try and lobby for that, because that can't happen again. I was tempted whether to say this or not, but I think I have to. It is worth reminding ourselves the party opposite went into coalition with the Tories, supporting austerity, rising tuition fees, the bedroom tax, and the rest, because they were promised an electoral reform referendum, which they lost.
Anyone else want to talk? Yeah, Councillor Tong.
So I think that Councillor Clough has done a really good job summarising our view. I will reiterate, just for the sake of convenience, that I am very much for proportional representation. A lot of people in other countries look at us a bit backwards for using first past the post. It's just known as quite an antiquated system. Something I wanted to acknowledge, and first I do want to congratulate Labour on their recent victory, but when YouGov did some polling about the reason people were planning on voting for Labour, I believe it was, let me just double check the number, 48% of people who, well, the predicted electorate, said that their primary reason for voting Labour was to get the Tories out. And I don't think it's a particularly healthy state for our democracy to be in. If you're not really voting for a party, you're voting against another party. At that point, you can't really say our democracy is reflecting the will of the people. And historically, when we've seen democracies begin to stray from that, reflection of what people actually want, it's led to some pretty bad consequences.
Yeah, now I have Councillor Bennett on my list.
I'm not going to speak for long, but it has occurred to me that I have omitted 3 things, and I'd like to deal with that now. The first is I'd like to wish Mike Davey a full and early recovery from COVID, and to thank him for, despite his obvious ill health, continuing to participate in our council meeting. And I'd also like to thank him for doing it from his home and not endangering the rest of us. I was absolutely shocked to see in a recent race over the weekend that a cyclist with COVID was continuing to participate in the race. I just feel that's wrong. Second thing is, I have omitted to congratulate the party opposite on their general election victory, and I want to say sincerely congratulations. And the third thing is, could my Green colleagues cover their ears for a moment? Because I want to admit that I have a secret and guilty preference for single transferable vote. But I do feel that every election has a type of voting that suits it better, and any sort of form of voting is an improvement on first past the post. So I propose to support the motion in the original, and if it's amended, I will support the amended motion too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Now, sorry. Move, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to say so I seem to keep saying that. I just wanted to say that's my motto for the evening. I think it's a bit disingenuous to suggest that voter apathy and low turnout is just a result of first past the post. I actually think it's from the last 14 years of the government that we've had, and not just the sort of destruction that they've done to our public services and our public life, but also the lies, the way that they've behaved, just the total disregard for the people of Britain and for Parliament. So, as we've heard tonight, Labour, new government, fantastic, actually taking action on things that obviously we on this side approve of, but it would appear from your motions that you also want. So we've got the government doing actions that we all want in here. And that's what will change, will improve voter apathy over the next few years. That's what will really make a difference to the residents of Britain. And the fact is, this is the first King's Speech. It's what they want to do immediately. Taking action on improving lives of British citizens, people living in Britain, but also on growth to enable those other things that we want to do over the... Reform was in our manifesto in different guises. They have started reforming the House of Lords, so that's very welcome. But we've got 5 years to do this broader work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenny Gordon.
I just want to draw your attention to what is in the amendment about engaging young people, and that's a big concern for mine, and it also follows on what Councillor Moore has just been talking about. So we know that in the national curriculum at the moment, local democracy, local government structures are not included. And certainly in my last year as mayor, and this is a civic thing, it's not even, it's not party political, engaging with young people and talking to young people who say, who do we believe? What do we believe? They are interested, but to keep them engaged, and it is about the integrity that we have, and I hope that this government continues in what it said to rebuild integrity in those of us who are devoting our lives to public service. So that's what it's the engagement of young people, and in fact engagement of lots of people in my area. We could be doing a lot more to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Carling, please.
Thank you. Yeah, just to make a very, very brief comment in response to some of Councillor Tong's points there, because I think it's important to look at that. Councillor Tong was talking about some research showing the primary reason lots of people voted Labour was to get the Tories out. But from my perspective, that just shows that our campaign messaging worked, because that was our messaging, that it's time for a change. I don't think it implies great apathy toward the Labour Party. I think it implies that the overarching message was that people needed that change to happen. I don't think it implies that people's second, third, fourth reasons for voting Labour weren't some of the great policies that we had. But I think it's just worth highlighting that, although that may have been the primary reason, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Could I point of information? I can give you some of those numbers too. So the second reason...
Excuse me, what is it? Is it a point of order? No, but then wait. I will give you an opportunity to respond. Please don't jump in like that. Councillor Richard Swift, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Just coming back to what Councillor Wood was saying about young people engagement. Things are gradually improving. For example, on the 4th of July at Chesterton Community College, near to where I live, they had a mock election with all of the parties participating with the students. Things can actually, engagement with young people can actually be improved by initiatives such as that. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Thong, please.
I mean, the moment to give the information that was asked has kind of passed, so I'll leave it.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Anyone want to talk? Now, Councillor Griffin, you being the seconder of the amendment, do you wish to speak now?
Yes, I will say, well, for this time of night, for this time of night, I'm just going to say I support the amended version. That's it.
Councillor Young, as the seconder of the original motion, do you wish to speak now?
Yes, please, Mr.
Thank
Mayor. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge something that no one has said tonight, that a lot of people voted for the Lib Dems who would otherwise have wanted to vote Labour, and I'm extremely grateful to them. I think they've helped their party win a large majority, and I think it happened the other way around as well. So again, that is to our all great benefit. I'm delighted we have a Labour government and that the Tories are out. I think the comments that have been made about alienation are right. I would agree with Councillor Moore, and that actually integrity in government and doing things that actually help people is extremely important. That alienation is a huge recruiting agent for reform, and I think the way to beat them is through our arguments, and it doesn't help that they, it is democratically important that they are represented in Parliament if that's what a lot of people are voting for them. But the way that we definitely need to defeat them, and the way to do it is through our arguments and through our actions, and it is therefore we beat them by arguments and not by funny suppression of the vote through first past the post. So I think it's up to all of us to behave with integrity and do what we promise to do as politicians. I think it's important on all levels. While I agree that it's the mayor and the PCC elections should be returned to a proportional voting system, I also think it's important at a national level, but appreciate that's not perhaps within our competence here. I would be very happy to put pressure on the national government. So I would support the motion unamended, but we'll also be supporting the amended motion if that's what happens. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Lee, as the mover of the original motion, do you have the right to replay up to 3 minutes? Do you want to speak now?
Yes, I'll just address a couple of points that were made. So far, no one's actually put forward an argument for first past the post, except for Councillor Smart, who said clearly it doesn't. First past the post gives people what they want, but when 2/3 of people didn't vote for a Labour government, it seems a bit strange to be making that argument. Of course, to use your words, you do have skin in the game. Councillor Smith mentioned keeping the link between constituent and representative was important, which is a fair point. The motion I proposed actually just called for the government to start the get the wheels in motion to look into what kind of proportional system we could actually use, not actually prescribing any, because frankly, that isn't really our role as a city council. But I do think it is in our residents' best interest to have a fairer voting system. I would also like to say, Councillor Moore isn't wrong that we can't just blame the voting system for apathy towards politics and disengagement and alienation. But saying that, it's also not the case that they're mutually exclusive. You know, they could be both. And then to address Councillor Davies' point about voter turnout not being much higher in other countries, for example, Italy, well, it is still higher than here, and a little better is still better, which is why we will probably still vote for your motion as amended if that's what happens. So I would, commend people to vote for the motion unamended, but I think we know what will happen, so thank you.
Thank you. Members, it is now 10:30, so I have to inform you, members that at 11 p.m. I will need to ask members whether to continue with the meeting. So now we will move on to the electronic vote on the amendment. So now it is 4:21 and against 14. Therefore, the amendment is carried. We will now move to the vote on the amended motion as the substantive motion. Now, it is unanimous and therefore the motion is carried. Now, we will move on to agenda item 8D, motion or notice from Councillor Galsberg. I call on Councillor Glasberg to move the motion, and I understand Councillor Bernard would be the seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Glasberg, please address the council, please.
Thank you. Well, I'm very glad that you can at least agree with the first of our motion. Pity about the rest of it. But, Cambridgeshire residents are facing rising water bills with proposed price hikes of 13 to 14%. But we're confronted with sewage in our rivers, dried up chalk streams, and both flooding and drought, which are damaging agriculture, roads and other infrastructure and affecting our health. The water companies themselves predict an insufficient supply of water by 2030, and in some places, only a few miles from here, such as Upware, residents are already facing water shortages at peak times. We're therefore calling on the Council to fully recognise the water emergency, the impact that this is already having on communities, businesses and the environment in Cambridge, and the potentially disastrous consequences it's leading to. The City Council declared climate and biodiversity emergencies in 2019, and they have helped to raise awareness of the need to address these issues in all aspects of our work, including influencing planning and other decisions. We now need to declare a water emergency for the same reasons. Global heating is causing extreme weather events that are having a serious impact on our water resources. Cambridge experienced serious drought in 2022 and 2023, while 2024 has been one of the wettest 6 months on record in the UK. When people see all the rain we've had recently and experience flooding, they can think that water shortage is over. But drought and flooding go together, as hard soil can't absorb water and the rain can't reach our chalk streams, causing flooding instead. The Water Scarcity Group and the water companies themselves recognise that climate change means this pattern will continue and, if anything, is likely to accelerate. Both DEFRA and the Environment Agency are agreed that with current growth proposals and the need for licence caps on abstraction to protect the natural environment, Cambridge Water is unable to meet demand sustainably. DEFRA has written to Cambridge Water that, and quote, "You have not demonstrated that you can achieve sustainable abstraction in your plan, and you're unable to meet forecast demand without putting the environment at risk." The Environment Agency, quote, "advises that Cambridge Water's revised draft plan presents a risk to the environment and does not provide a secure supply of water, and the company should not be allowed to publish its plan." The company has also failed to address many of the issues raised by the Environment Agency, regulators, and other stakeholders. So this is a real crisis, and urgent action is needed to address it. Full weight must be given to the evidence of the Environment Agency in all planning applications for large-scale development, and the highest water efficiency standards should be required for any new developments, including mandatory grey water collection and recycling. This is a policy that the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service claims to promote, but which is not yet being fully implemented. We request the Council to write to the Right Honourable Angela Rayner to demand that planning matters in Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire remain under the control of the local authorities, and asking for the written ministerial statement on the Cambridge Delivery Group of May 2024 to be replaced with a new statement that requires greater priority to be given to water issues in local planning applications. Under the Climate Change Act in 2009, water companies are legally obliged to take action to adapt to the future impacts of climate breakdown. We need to see some clear evidence that they are doing this. And while engaging with the water companies, the Council also needs to put pressure on them to cap abstraction from the chalk aquifer at today's levels, rapidly increase efforts to repair leaks, and manage demand more effectively. There is potential for Cambridge to become a model sustainable city, creating places with many areas of greenery, trees, ponds, soakaways, rain gardens. We're already doing some of those things, but many Cambridge residents fear that the pressure to build now on every inch of land means the loss of the precious green spaces that we already have. So for the Council to declare a water emergency now is a recognition of the facts and an opportunity to give priority to the most existential need of our communities and the environment. Thank you.
Now, Councillor Bennett, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? You have 4 minutes and 50 seconds to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I intend to reserve.
Councillor Thombra has given notice of amendment, which is on page 29 of the information pack. Councillor Porter will second the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Thombra, the floor is for you.
I'd like to thank Councillor Glasberg for raising important water issues in this council and the very clear information she provided, which I don't think is disputed generally. But this Green Party motion has failed to acknowledge what has been done to date. It asks the councils to do things outside our area of responsibility and acts as if our Labour government is already failing to take this issue seriously and would trample over local authorities. This Labour Council has been working on the water issue for a long time, from 2014, I have learnt today, and works cross-party and cross-boundary. This council responded to a public question in 2019 when the chalk streams upstream of the River Cam dried up. The urgent situation resulted in a cross-party water crisis forum to hear from experts, the Environment Agency, Cambridge Water, council officers, residents and children. As a result, it became known that our area was officially described as water stressed, and further work was undertaken to understand the scale of the over-abstraction issue that the city and region was facing and continues to face. While the Greens hope to use their motion to claim credit for the work already taking place, this council is getting on with the work while recognising that there is much more to do. The Shared Planning Service has recently updated the Cambridge Residents Group on progress on water matters, and all councillors are invited to a briefing on water next week on Tuesday the 23rd, and I really hope that every member can join that briefing. In addition, we will provide a report for Councillor Glasberg on how work is progressing already on each of the detailed points that has been raised in the original motion. It's a long report. This council and local political leaders have consistently highlighted the water emergency with officials and expressed the urgency of issue in relation to any further development of the region. In addition, this council has pressed the council to prioritise the need for water infrastructure, the urgent need to reduce water leakage, bringing in smart metering and increasing water storage for use during dry periods. Many other actions have been taken regarding raising awareness and improving chalk streams where possible, many in partnership with South Cambridgeshire District Council as part of our planning service, and with cross-party councillors in this chamber, and these are listed in the amendment. This council are very pleased that our Labour government has focused on water issues in the King's Speech, and we will continue to support the water scarcity group in this area and hold the water companies to their commitments regarding information and education programmes. Finally, we will continue to work cross-party, cross-boundary, and I'm pleased that Katie Pora, Councillor Pora, and I both contributed to this amended motion. I commend the amended motion to Council.
Now, Councillor Pora, would you like to speak now, or you have reserved your right to speak? You have 6 minutes and 50 seconds.
I will reserve my right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now, are there any debate on this? Anyone wants to speak? Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Glasberg's bragging comments about the length of the motion inside the actual motion remind me of the committee that was asked, why did you write such a long report? Did it really have to be that long? And they replied, well, we would have submitted a shorter report, but we didn't have the time. Members of all parties here in this chamber have emphasized on a number of occasions that we need to address Cambridge's water crisis, both with respect to water scarcity as well as water quality. And I think crisis rather than emergency is the better word. We could just as well declare a housing emergency. Not long ago, we all had the opportunity to vote for something very concrete that the City Council can do on this issue. I'm referring to the designated bathing area. The Green Party missed and dismissed the opportunity, even voting against it, because apparently they thought we shouldn't engage with the evil water companies. It just wasn't good and big enough for them. Their motto seems to be, we need to do more, so let's do nothing. So now they are telling us that they came up with bigger plans, when in fact they've copied from Cambridge Delivery Group's water scarcity report, which was already proposed by, and it gives me great pleasure to say that, the previous government. And I think all of us agree that this part of the plan was worth supporting, and that we should push our government, our new government, to invest more in our local infrastructure. The proposals include the importance of clean and plentiful water. It proposes climate resilience and planning for more intense weather events due to climate change. There's mention of investment in nature-based solutions with details about groundwater sustainability, flood resilience, biodiversity enhancement, and cost efficiency compared to other water-saving methods, among other things. It suggests investment in agricultural water management to make Cambridge a world leader in water management. The Greens actually did shorten it by removing the items that address water supply, a bit that is essential for the future of our thriving city. As we said before, we would indeed welcome this kind of investment from central government to solve our water crisis and improve our infrastructure. But these are not the ideas of the so-called Green Party. After the DBA debacle, they are trying to greenwash themselves now. I'm therefore happy about the cross-party amendment, which refers to the powers available to us and also appeals to central government to provide the support we urgently need. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Simon Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to draw out a generic point about the motions that the Greens bring to this chamber. Motions with revenue and capital implications, they need to be backed by an alternative budget. Demanding ends without providing the means is just about grandstanding. The Liberal Democrats, in the budget-making process, put forward an alternative budget. They put forward proposals for expenditure on the schemes that they wanted to promote and identified the savings to fund them. That was responsible opposition. But the Greens didn't produce an alternative budget, and yet they keep coming back to this chamber with motions, with financial implications that are unfunded. It's just grandstanding. And there's one proposition in this motion about giving weight to planning applications for large-scale developments to the evidence of the Environment Agency's statutory consultation on water issues, which Councillor Thorpe has already explained to this chamber this evening, that the decision by the Secretary of State to allow development at Cambridge North Station and at Darwin Green phases 2 and 3 carries considerable weight when the local planning authority determines future large-scale developments in the Joint Development Control Committee or on the Council's Planning Committee. And if we give weight to the Environment Agency's advice and approve and refuse planning applications, which the Environment Agency has encouraged us to do, this council, South Cambs Council, would face substantial costs at appeal, running into hundreds of thousands of pounds, if not more. So we have to be very cautious about what we do. When we bring motions like this to this council, we need to be fully cognizant of the financial implications of what's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holloway.
Just to add to what Councillor Houck said, and a bit more specifically, the point 3, reduce pollution by supporting the public's pressure on Anglian Water to invest urgently in updating its smaller, older sewage treatment works and to halt illegal dumping of sewage into rivers. I do find that very ironic, given there was a proposal to do exactly that a practical proposal that can move us toward, okay, not to do it immediately, but to move us towards it, rather than just to support the public in their general sentiment. Let's actually implement something that is practically moving us towards that. And we have done that. Unfortunately, the Greens have written in here they want to do it, but opposed the practical measure to do it.
Any other debates? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we all recognize the implications of the water scarcity for the future of our city. And precisely because we want a future for Cambridge, as a thriving, sustainable community, must focus on practical steps within the powers and actions and limitations of this council. Otherwise, any motion that we pass will be nothing more than words on paper or just a mere PR opportunity. That's why I would like to support the amended version of this motion, which focuses on achievable steps, both on the demand management and also on supply sides. And finally, effective legislation, demand-reducing technologies, and supply-side solutions are, of course, critical parts of the plan. However, to be fully effective, they will still require a degree of behavioural change. And that's why I welcome the residence education programme proposed in the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lokmotava. Are there any other debates? Councillor Dalwa Hussain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have been talking about saving water. So what measure we are taking? That's the question. As a council, we can start from the saving our rainwater. As many council property we have, we can start doing our own property first to installation in the garden, minimum 500 liter tank every garden. So the water will be storage, you can use as a gardening and car wash and other external work. That's the first step we can start, and we can increase the others to use the same thing. Yes, I am using for myself. I think it is really helpful for environment and financial both sides. So I hope this thing will be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate? Therefore, Councillor Porer, as the seconder of the amendment, do you wish to speak now?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for everyone's comments. In the Greens' original motion, there are some valid points. Obviously, of course, we need to push everyone to save water, as Councillor Hussain has just mentioned, in their gardens, at their homes, in their workspaces. And as the City Council, we already do and continue to work with stakeholders to do this. I think I'm pretty sure that's a unanimous view across the chamber. This is retained in the amendment that Councillor Thornborough and I have put in. But it does also make clear that the City Council can't do the job of the water companies. That's their responsibility. We can help, we can coordinate, but actually we shouldn't be doing their work for them. They need to do that themselves, as we all know. And our new emerging local plan, when it comes forward, will have water and other environmental issues as a high priority. I think that's been absolutely unanimous across the chamber, and we're very happy to work with the Labour Party as Lib Dems on that. We always have been. The Greens' original motion didn't have anything about supply-side measures, as Councillor Houck has mentioned, and also about the need for robust evidence for demand-led measures. So again, that's something we've added in, which we think improves it. An approach of no development is completely unfeasible. Cambridge is a world centre for science, health, innovation, and this kind of growth is what we want to see in our world, with the best people from across the globe coming here, joining our communities with decent housing and community facilities, and obviously a sustainable standard of living for those here and those in the future. If we don't accept growth, we don't accept what? The Cambridge Cancer Hospital, the Children's Hospital, we want that to come forward, but it has to be sustainable and we have to have water measures in place. Nobody is disputing that. We also need to be sure, as I think Councillor Smith mentioned, some things are planning issues that need to be resolved at a national planning policy framework level. So we can't take that on. And again, I think our motion just makes that clearer and separates out what we can do, what we can be stakeholders in, and what is actually not within our gift. So the way we, and I think Labour as well, have worked, Liberal Democrats and Labour together, is we've been quite successful, surprisingly, given the previous government, in getting water scarcity prioritised. Honestly, if you told me 3 or 4 years ago we'd have new reservoirs, new pipelines coming in so quickly, I'm not sure I'd have been that confident. So I think our way of engaging with stakeholders at a national and regional level has been successful. It's not to say we don't continue to put pressure on, but we can't put our heads in the sand and not engage with these processes and have fine words but no actions. So I think our amendment makes this more of an action motion and is clear about what we can and can't do. This comes up in every Planning and Transport Committee, as most of you will know, and water is going to be a key part of our emerging local plan, as I've said. And if we hadn't worked together with stakeholders on this around, Councillor Holloway's put out things like the designated bathing area, where we do have some power to make things better, I don't think this would have come forward so quickly, and our chalk streams would be in even more trouble. So with our collaborative approach, we think we've achieved this, despite, as I said, the national government being of a previous different political persuasion to the current one. So just imagine what we can do now with a Labour government, with Liberal Democrat MPs all pushing for this reform. So I would hope that the Chamber will support our amendment. And I can assure you, certainly from my group, and I'm pretty sure from the Labour group too, we will continue to apply this pressure and to use all the levers we have, where appropriate, to make sure water and our chalk streams are protected. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Bennett, as the seconder of the original motion, do you wish to speak now?
I do wish to speak, Mr. Mayor. I apologise, I won't be able to answer all the points raised in 4.5 minutes, so I'll just try and get through as many as possible. The first thing to say is we don't bring this motion because we're trying to take credit for anything. The reason we're bringing this motion is in 2014, I was told that I would not live to see 2020. I've now got used to surviving and I like it and I'd like it to go on. And water is an essential to our existence. And the second reason for bringing it is that before I was a Green, I was an accountant, so I like to look at the numbers. And I particularly want you to focus on the numbers and the duration of our water gap. Because this is actually the heart of this amendment. We're aware of all the things the Water Scarcity Group is doing. We've looked at the analysis of the impact from Cambridge Past, Present and Future, which was copied to all councillors last week. We've looked at the letter from DEFRA to Cambridge Water Group on their third attempt at putting forward a water management plan. And we can see that there is a huge gap in the amount of the proposed water supply. And there is also a huge gap in time between when sort of water is needed and when the new reservoir might come on stream in 2036. So this is not about taking credit. All we want you to do is to help us ensure that residents get clear information about the real threat to our health, our safety, our economy and our future, and that they have a firm foundation for their decisions. Councillor Smith has said that we have not proposed any supply side measure. And the reason we have not done that is because DEFRA has proposed supply measures in their letter of criticism to Cambridge Water and to Anglian Water about the water management plan. This is already one of the longest motions we've ever written, and I don't intend to make it any longer. I don't have a TARDIS. I can't go back 30 years and stop the water companies being privatised. I can't address the 30-year gap in our water infrastructure, the failure to build any new reservoirs for 30 years. I cannot address the 20-year gap in maintaining our flood defences. So all I can do is draw attention to the true extent of our water emergency. And do I have any time left, Mr. Mayor?
1.5 minutes.
Okay, well, in that case, I just want to mention the DBA for light relief. In Labour's and Lib Dem's motions, they praised work of Fergal Sharkey. If you've looked on Twitter or any social media in the last year, could I just mention that he doesn't seem to like your DBA very much? Hasn't got any kind words for it, thinks it's a stupid idea. So is he a water guru whose praise you want, or a critic of your DBA? I'm also going to turn to the centrepiece of the supply side of Cambridge Water, which is their new reservoir. The first new reservoir in the UK since water privatisation over 30 years ago. We're asked to take it on trust that this will be delivered on time and that it can be protected from rising sea levels predicted to overrun the site of the reservoir by 2040. This is despite all our recent experience of infrastructure projects which have been plagued with labour and material shortages, leading to rising cost delays and eventually cancellations. Even if all goes well, most optimistic estimates predict that the proposed new reservoir will only provide half the water needed if the 46,000 homes included in the current local draft plan are built, apart from, of course, from being 8 years too late. Councillor Smith has condemned me for not providing a supply side.
I'm sorry, Councillor Bennett, I'm politely asking you to stop. The time is over.
Can I have 3 seconds? Okay. Okay, I'll stop.
Now, members, it is now 11 p.m. Please, can I ask members whether they wish to continue? If members do not wish to continue, we will need to move on to the vote. For the remaining item, yes.
I very much wish to continue. Yep.
Yes. So, are we in agreement? Can we move on? Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Thombras, the Executive Councillor, you have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes. Do you wish to speak now? The floor is for you.
I'd like to thank Fergal Sharkey for confirming support for Labour and also confirming that he will continue protesting if promises are not delivered in the true character that he is. I'd also like to say that the new government has been clear that planning remains under the local authorities. There's been no suggestion that the local authorities' planning remit would be taken away. I'd also like to reconfirm again that our emerging local plan will only be based on evidence, not speculation, evidence. And finally, the Planning Committee is pushing every policy under our current local plan as far as possible. And we are getting exemplar buildings coming through as far as water efficiencies are concerned, way beyond what we can ask. Like the cancer hospital, it's one of the most water efficient buildings it will be in the country. It's five water credits. And also, they also agreed that they would provide water in use information. You know, Cambridge is taking this seriously, and the Planning Committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glassberg, as the mover of the original motion, you have the right to reply up to 3 minutes. Do you wish to speak? Thank you.
Yes, very briefly. First of all, I have to say about this DBA, the conviction that this is actually a practical measure to get the river cleaned up is just a complete fantasy. All it requires, a DBA only requires monitoring of the water, not that they actually do anything about it, which is why Fergal Sharkey has objected to it, and many environmentalists, and we have objected to it, because we want to see actual action, not just monitoring. Anyway, but putting the DBA on one side, it's good to hear the actions that the council has already taken, including support for the water scarcity group to ensure progress for new pipelines, reservoirs, water credits. But actually, these measures just show how serious this issue is, but they're not actually evidence that there will be sufficient water for the major new developments that are being proposed. DEFRA and the Environment Agency are both clear that the Cambridge Management Plan doesn't give any assurance that these ambitious targets can be met, and that the water scarcity in this region requires drastic action to provide for the existing population, and the development that's already got planning permission is what is very clear. You've all had this letter from CPPF that makes the point that they, and many others, believe that a water credit scheme at the pace and scale required is just not deliverable. On a most basic level, they say there's just not enough plumbers in the greater Cambridge area to meet current needs alone, let alone the massive amount of additional work that would be needed to retrofit so many homes in so short a time. I think it's magical thinking to pretend that we can just carry on with business as usual in the face of such clear and unequivocal warnings. Sustainable development should mean first understanding what is sustainable and then looking at what development can take place. Planning decisions should be based on sound evidence, and that includes looking at whether these water credits and other things can actually be delivered. So not the things that are politically or financially expedient. So I think, and we want the council to declare a water emergency now as a recognition of the facts about water and as an opportunity to give priority to the most existential need of our communities and the environment. Thank you.
Members, we will now move to the electronic vote on the amendment.
Red on the amendment.
No, now it goes to
Now, the amendment 34 and 4 against. Therefore, the amendment is carried.
We're going to abstain on this.
Now, members, the amendment is therefore agreed, and we will now move to the vote on amended motion as the substantive motion. So the 430 and abstention 4, no, 5. 5, yeah. No, it is 5 now. No, abstention is 4. See? Yeah, I'll repeat it. 34 and 4 against. So the motion is carried. Thank you. Now, agenda item 8E, motion on the notice from Councillor Davey. As Councillor Davey is unable to present, I understand Councillor Gilderdale will move the motion. Can I ask you who will be the seconder?
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. And you have 10 minutes between you and Councillor Gilderdale. Please address the council, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we'll need 10 minutes, but I think we're all tired at this point. Anyway, so Despite being born and living my whole life in Cambridge, when I became a councillor, in truth, I really didn't have much of an idea of what Cambridge City Council did. And I don't think I'm an outlier here, and I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of Cambridge City residents felt the same. Clearly, I could have done with one of Anthony Carpen's workshops on civic and democratic engagement myself. However, over the last 3 years, I've learnt how important Cambridge City Council is as a civic convener, community facilitator, and essential point of contact for all residents in the city. Every resident's life will be touched by the City Council, whether that's through collecting bins, building council houses and community centres, managing planning applications, maintaining our parks and sports facilities, or facilitating elections. We're truly in a lucky position here because this is also Cambridge, and Cambridge is a really special place. A city which is consistently on the national and global agenda, and therefore as a council, as we've seen recently, the City Council plays a very particular role in the leadership of this city. While this might be the case, I think we would all agree that we would love for the council to be better acknowledged, both for the work that we do and as an important partner in any future plans for Cambridge. I know that we're also excited to hear about the new Labour government's proposals for improving local control while implementing meaningful devolution to local authorities and communities. In this context, the Labour group felt that it was important for us to put forward a refreshed council vision following major changes in the city over the years, but also an important chance for the Labour Authority to reset our key priorities for the city. This isn't just a Labour vision for the city, but we hope enshrines a lot of conversations that have taken place over the last year with residents and community groups, and we would all like to thank them for their contributions. This has offered us an opportunity to consider what a city we would love to live in and be stewards of would look like in 20 to 30 years' time. The themes we've put forward here are reference points to guide our work in future conversations with residents and partners. Much of this work is not going to be delivered by ourselves, but will need to be done in partnership, an approach the Council is keen to take across all levels that we work in. As the motion states, this vision is high level and accessible. Many of our Council strategies, delivery plans and targets fall out of the vision and will be further developed and refined, ideally with partners and communities, to help shape a corporate plan from 2025 to 2030. I would like to take the opportunity to highlight the 6 strands of our vision, which highlight a vision for Cambridge where 1. Residents enjoy a high quality of life and exemplar public services. 2. Decarbonisation and sustainability are central to prosperity. 3. Innovation benefits people and planet. 4. Development is sustainable and inclusive. 5. Arts, sports and culture are thriving. And 6. Democratic accountability is genuine and accessible. Going forwards, if this motion is passed, the Council will work to introduce our vision throughout the work we do and in all future communications. To that end, I commend the motion and the vision to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, do you wish to speak now or you reserve your right? How many minutes?
I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
6 minutes and 45 seconds. Are there any debate on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't doubt the Council would benefit from having an agreed vision, and I'm certainly in sympathy with Councillor Davey in initiating this subject. Indeed, my colleagues and I have ourselves developed a Liberal Democrat vision for Cambridge, which I referred to at our last Council meeting, and which we've shared widely in the city. The cynics amongst us might be tempted to notice that there's been some copying of schoolwork going on in this and between these two, but maybe not enough. There are several important things here not said. The overall diversity of the city and its reliance on European and wider international connections and networks is a serious and major omission. It is a feature which really defines Cambridge in a way that on our side we view with great pride. It is the more surprising because the introduction to the vision actually in these papers cites that increased diversity is one of the reasons for preparing it in the first place. And I would have suggested that that is a serious problem with a vision for this city. It's also notable that the enormously important issue of housing is addressed in the vision only in terms of affordable and social housing. These are, of course, absolutely critical components. We agree with that. But if that is all we have to say, I'm afraid we're not describing a city that really wants to become truly inclusive by solving its housing shortfall. On this side, we believe the city needs more housing of all tenures, so we see this too as a serious omission. And apart from a reference to public transport, a third basic point that is passed over is the general challenge of mobility in around this city. The resident input that was gathered includes plenty of justification for us to be looking for a future where getting around the city is significantly easier for all, and that walking and cycling, which amazingly in Cambridge isn't referred to once, have a key part to play. I think the problem with this document at the moment is that it's been written too much with the government in mind and not enough with the city itself in mind. We can benefit from a good vision in setting direction for all of our own decision making. The governmental dimension is really important, but it's not the only thing. And I think it has distorted what has got written down here, and that's shown up by these three important omissions. Realistically, we can't have different visions for different audiences. It's a pity the leader couldn't wait to put this through the scrutiny committee where perhaps some of these things could have been fixed. There are, of course, plenty of good things in what is proposed, and we certainly don't want to be hostile to it in its entirety. But it's deficient enough for us to abstain on this vote, recognising that it's going to be passed anyway. Right now, it's really difficult to know if this is just a vision in a hurry or a limitation of your vision on the other side of this chamber, because members on this side have not been given the chance of an input to it. It is anyway a missed opportunity to be truly comprehensive in our vision for all those who would hope to see their needs and perspective recognised and included.
Now, Councillor Lokmutov.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say there are many good things in this vision, but the ultimate test for me was to ask myself whether I want my family, my children, and future grandchildren to live here. To answer this, I pondered why I have lived in this city for the last 15 years. Cambridge is undoubtedly beautiful, accessible, and green, and these qualities are nicely captured in this vision. But for me, more than anything, it's international and cosmopolitan, and this is what I find missing from this motion. Our connections with Europe and the rest of the world are vital for our community, businesses, and academia. Together with Councillors Houck and Thorber, I represent Trumpington, probably one of the most international wards in Cambridge, where you can meet people from all over the world. However, with the damaging impact of Brexit and the rise of far-right sentiments, I feel that international spirit of Cambridge must be cherished and protected from these destructive forces. So my answer is, unless internationalism is part of this vision, my family might have to look for another place to live, despite many virtues of this beautiful Cambridge of the future, and so might up to 20% of the city's current population. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now to Councillor Club.
I would like to thank Councillor Davey for setting out his vision statement for Cambridge. Vision statements are important and help to crystallise our thinking about the future. However, they must always be grounded in the reality of where we are now and what is tangibly achievable. They shouldn't be sunny uplands imaginations of the future, which are unrecognisable to residents. For me, in my waking hours, I have a much darker vision for the future of the city. The residents are troubled about our future. We all live in separate communities and cannot necessarily see the whole picture, but they know that something is wrong. Visitors driving down the M11 see the forest of cranes above Eddington and those walls of dense dominating housing and ask us, how did that happen? We have no answers. They approach from the south to the skyline similarly scarred as they approach Junction 11. They hear stories of huge growth in housing planned for the city and wonder exactly where this will go and whether the green belt will be removed to allow a choking donut around the city filled with executive housing estates. Their journeys to work become ever harder as they struggle with the latest junction alterations, which seem to have created backlogs and longer queues. They've heard about GCP, but have no knowledge of who they are and how they've come to their decisions, and if they've completed a consultation entry, wonder why no notice is ever taken of their inputs or wishes. If they come into town of a weekend, they see a city centre slowly changing from a place one could actually shop for something that they might want to an unfamiliar place, packed with tourist shops selling trinkets and fast food outlets. They're aware that the planning service is not protecting our open spaces and precious nature reserves from developers and college bursars seeking to manoeuvre around planning policies to achieve their objectives, to build bigger, tighter and higher. They know that the river is poisoned by uncontrolled sewage discharge. They may see reports on their WhatsApp groups of even dogs falling sick after taking a swim in the river. They are aware that we are facing a freshwater crisis caused by over-abstraction, so that the chalk streams have dried up to a trickle and are only kept going by large-scale water pumping into the aquifers. They do not understand our democratic structures, who is responsible for what, and how they can have a real say in the future of their communities. They see things happening unannounced and without warning and feel powerless. They are aware of the inexorable rise in house prices and rental charges across the city, which means that children born in the city today have precious little chance of being able to rent, let alone buy a house in the city of their birth. They worry that their children, unless they're exceptionally talented, will not be forced away into the depths of the countryside to the north to set up their own independent lives, having to deal with long commutes back into the city for work. How can we help these residents unless we start by accepting that Cambridge is already full and overheating economically? At the moment, it feels like Cambridge will become a creature of the depths, constantly reaching out to devour the fens and the chalkland downlands that surround it. I hope the Council will show the courage to face the worrying reality and make it clear to our new government that a vision for Cambridge without all this.
Councillor Clow, may I politely ask you to stop?
Yes, I'll just finish with
time.
Without all this consuming growth that is destroying everything we have. Yeah. Thank you.
Now, Councillor Davey, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If I can deal with one or two of the points, but start off by saying that we feel that we had to refresh, and we're right to refresh, the vision for the future of the city. This city is a wonderful place to live and has national significance in terms of the future of the regeneration both of the country and of the region. It's not a paper done for governance. When we started, it was just Councillor Bick's suggestion. This was done and started back earlier in the spring, before we knew what was actually going to take place back on July the 4th. It was about our statement. It's about our statement and beliefs about what we want to happen for the future of this city. And to start off with that, we therefore wanted to talk to, as Councillor Gilderdale's already said, residents, staff and other communities, in addition to ourselves. So it's about trying to build a vision for what we want for the future of the city, that we could then start to base it on detail. One of the great challenges we had is that how do you make a vision that's specific to this city as opposed to being applicable to anywhere else? But I think we've achieved that because we've managed to reference a range of things that are appropriate to this city. Councillor Clough's outline, that's not a vision, that's a despair for the future. And therefore what we've sought to do is to outline what our aspirations are. And the things that Councillor Clough was going through, I think we're tackling and trying to address appropriately. Because it's about trying to demonstrate what Cambridge could be and what our vision is for the next 20 years. I think the challenge about internationalism, we hear, but I think what we've tried to do obviously is to balance up a whole range of different priorities. And I think when I look at some of the different sections, I believe we've addressed that, particularly in the section relating to arts, sports and culture. And culture obviously is at the heart of what being an international city is all about. In addition to which, we talk about the people and the planet. So it's not just about the people who currently are in this city, but also what we aspire to have for this city in the future. I think there's some core parts to this that we believe are important, and I hope we manage to sum up by having, in modern parlance, 6 missions for this city that we can use as a way of going forward and selling this city in the future. I would therefore commend the work that Councillor Gilderdale and myself have done on this, and with trying to create something that's right and right for the City Council, for the people who live here, and also something we can use to sell the city in the future about what our aspirations are, what our residents' aspirations are, and what we believe is right for the city of Cambridge. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Smith, please.
I think we all enjoyed Councillor Clough's speech. From here on in, he's going to be Councillor of Despair. But what it's revealed is the Greens are politicians hiding behind a cloak of an environmental agenda. It's actually an acronym. It's greatly resist eternally everything now. And this follows on from Councillor Tung's speech, in which he referred to his ambition to shrink Cambridge. It's a very regressive agenda. It's a NIMBY agenda, and that's what I believe this Green Party stands for.
Councillor Tong, please.
Hello, I'll respond to this. Firstly, it is Tong, not tongue. However, more broadly, I would like to just say that, sorry, I actually jumped in so fast, I kind of forgot where I was for a moment. Well, the key point is, it's really difficult to respond to Councillor Smith's statement because it's not reflective of what I said in any way. What I said was my vision for Cambridge is a place where we use our resources more efficiently in order to not push Cambridge past its environmental limits. I have no desire to, shrink the city. My point is we're quite wasteful. A lot of our buildings aren't really built for people in mind. They're built for basically developers who make a huge amount of money from charging quite extortionate rates. Because of this, I don't think necessarily, infinitely building houses is going to solve the issues we have with housing without some rent controls applied to.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Moore, as the second of the motion, do you wish to speak now?
Thank you. Yes, I will be very quick. It's a shame because we didn't have any amendments. I thought that this would just go through quite quickly and would be not just a vision of the Labour group and of the residents that we've consulted in, as has been described in the motion, but also of the council as a whole. I'm surprised that you don't want to support this vision for the future. Most of the points have been discussed and covered by Councillor Davey, but just on housing, I just want to highlight Cambridge is a place of high unemployment where everyone has a warm, safe and affordable home and beautiful open spaces to enjoy. The point later on about high quality social housing is around development being sustainable and inclusive and adding to what we already as a council are providing. It's not saying that there shouldn't be homes for the more wealthy members of Cambridge. Of course not. I'm very sorry that Lokmatova feels that she's not included in this vision. When we said residents, we understood that to be all residents, whether those are residents that were born in Cambridge, whether they come from other parts of the UK, or whether they come from anywhere else in the world. So that's our understanding of Cambridge residents. So I'd just like to make that very clear, and I support this vision. And I also would like to commend Councillor Davey and particularly Councillor Gilberdale for all of her hard work on this vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gildale, as the mover of the original motion, you have the right to reply up to 3 minutes. Do you want to speak now?
All I'm going to say is that I commend this motion and thank you for the discussion.
Thank you. In that case, members, we will move now to the electronic voting. Members, the vote for 19 and abstention 15. Therefore, the motion is carried. Now we'll move on to agenda item 8F, motion on notice from Councillor Anna Smith. Can I call on Councillor Anna Smith to move the motion? And I understand Councillor Nestor will be the seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Anna Smith, please address the council. Thank you.
I will try not to use it all. But I really am delighted to be bringing this motion to council because it brings together two things which are incredibly close to my heart, and I suspect the hearts of a lot of the rest of us here. The roles that volunteers play in our society, and my commitment as a trade unionist to workers' rights. And what we're doing here is to ask all of us to endorse a volunteering good practice charter, which was jointly created by the Trade Union Congress and Volunteering England. And I should say right at the start that this motion has not been brought because we feel there is bad practice in our council to address. Rather, it is a sign of our commitment to good practice. So our volunteers in our city are really fantastic, and I'm sure I speak for all of us. If there's any of them listening at this late hour, I want to thank them publicly now. And I think we probably all think of the amazing efforts from volunteers during lockdown, and of course that's right. But I could also give hundreds of other examples, including the brilliant work of our own Open Spaces volunteers, volunteers who I was really privileged to work alongside when I was Executive Councillor for Open Spaces some years ago. Our volunteers deserve recognition, and they deserve good and fair treatment. They should not be taken advantage of or put under pressure. We need to make it easy for everyone to volunteer. We need to support them whilst they're doing it, and we need to respect the fact they are not employees. They do have the right not to volunteer. Now, sadly, we've all seen cases where volunteers and staff are not treated as they should be, where costs or even jobs have been cut on the assumption that volunteers can simply come back in on Monday morning and do the exact same job for free. And that isn't volunteering, that's unpaid labour. And it's wrong on every level. It's wrong for the volunteers, it's often wrong for the service users, and of course, it's completely wrong for the paid staff too. And at this point, I also want to pay tribute to our amazing council staff who work tirelessly to support our city. It's brilliant to be able to say, isn't it, that we now have a Labour government who is committed to a fair deal for working people. Exactly. A fair deal that includes a genuine living wage and an end to exploitative 0 hours contracts. And in the week of what I think is the best King's speech in 14 years, I'm delighted that we, as a council, are committing to protect working people by endorsing this charter. Now, I should say this, of course, is the baseline. And actually, our council's already doing a lot more than this. One example is that we're piloting allowing our staff up to 37 hours pro rata a year to participate in volunteering, either with our council volunteers or across our wider community. And that's a week's worth of volunteering opportunities supported for each staff member in the trial. I think that's fantastic. Now, I absolutely appreciate that choices are incredibly hard. After 14 years of Tory and coalition austerity, our public finances are in a mess. But that's why it's important for us to put a clear marker down here. To say that we will always value and support our volunteers, who are a backbone of our community. And we will protect jobs. We will never put our workers and our volunteers on a collision course with each other. We will not displace paid staff with volunteers, and we won't use volunteers to break strikes. We know that we have so much more to do to create an equal city. We've just been talking about that. But in making this important commitment, I believe that we take one step further towards it. I hope that we're able to support this motion unanimously tonight, and that we can give a clear signal to both our staff and our volunteers that we will treat them fairly and well, as they deserve. Thank you.
Councillor Nestor, do you wish to speak now or you reserve your right?
I will reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any debate? Yeah, Councillor Beak.
Seem to have drawn the short straw by speaking twice late. But Mayor, despite there being a number of valuable points in this, I have to disappoint Councillor Smith and to say that we will not be supporting it. And the reasons are these, and I'll deal with this quickly. First, volunteering is a vastly bigger activity than this council will ever touch. It is only sometimes done by organisations. A lot of it is done by good neighbours or friends who help out, or community-spirited individuals who are self-motivated to do things that others benefit from. Though this is fantastic when it happens, and it happens all the time, it's really nothing to do with the council or the TUC or any corporate organisation. Passing a motion to tell people what is good for them to do in this respect, I am convinced is not the way to make more of it happen. Likewise, voluntary organisations' expenses reimbursement policy is not the council's business when, as this motion rightly says volunteering is done by choice anyway. I think the motion seeks to bureaucratise and corporatise voluntary activity in a way that is really unfortunate and will in the long run deter true voluntary motivation. If Volunteering England have chosen to enter this agreement with the TUC, then it is for them to transmit it to their members, not for the council to wave its stick. The other reason why we won't be supporting it is that it is inconsistent with what this council has done, is doing, and says it wants to do more of. As I understand it, this council is trying to help develop social capital within Cambridge's communities so that they can be less dependent on the council, which has limited resources. Now, this year's budget setting report said in describing our transformation programme, and I'm quoting, "In recognition of the financial challenges it's currently facing, the council has embarked on an ambitious transformation programme known as Our Cambridge. This programme is already reshaping and redesigning the council to become a better, more sustainable organisation that has a deeper and more integrated relationship with our community and partners and can operate within its financial means." There is nothing wrong with this in our view. Indeed, I can think of 3 tangible examples where things the council and its staff once did, which are not now carried out by volunteers. Cultivating and maintaining community orchards on council land, running community centres, picking up litter. There are intrinsic benefits from the community doing this kind of thing, but they would be called into question by Principle 3 of this Charter. I think we should continue to make sure we always treat our staff according to the highest standards, as I think this council has always done. We should challenge ourselves about the overall impact of what we're doing, and in some cases not do it. But formally agreeing this Charter seems to us to contradict what the council has in its strategy and already practices very successful in a number of places already. Our abstention on this motion is not to say that TUC and Volunteering England have done what they've agreed is wrong. It's not. It may be right for them, but it's to say
Councillor
that it's
Vic,
not the right thing for the council itself to adopt. Thank you.
Mike Todd Jones, please.
I'll stand up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll be brief, as the hour is late. But I'd like to say, well, first of all, perhaps I ought to declare an interest, both as a member of Unison and as a member of the Chartered Institute of Library and Information Professionals. And I refer to that because I take some issue with what Councillor Dickens just said, because I can recall very well a very good example, I think, of where this TUC volunteer charter has been very, very helpful in terms of underpinning the kind of relationship between paid staff and volunteers. And that is in a few years ago now, but the County Library Review, of which I was very involved in, and there was an RB context to this because the RB Court Branch Library was one of those libraries that was being reviewed, whether to have any input from a paid professional chartered librarian alongside the very important volunteer staff that help to run RB Court Library. And this was the case with a lot of branch libraries as part of that library review. So there's an aspect here which is actually about professional expertise that also has to be measured against what volunteers can bring. So this charter would have been extremely helpful in that context, and I think in the context of a lot of things that the council does and other councils do. So I do really support this motion. I think it's very important, and it does underpin those principles, that really delicate but very important relationship between paid staff, professional staff, and volunteers, each of whom do a really critical role. But we have to get that balance right, and I think this helps a huge amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Macpherson, please.
Well, looking at the clock, if those of you who may remember some years ago when I was mayor first time, my watch phrase was always, "Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us return home on the same day that we left." So we're only just going to make that, I think. But I'm actually sort of using this motion, I guess, to bang the drum a bit for East of England Ambulance Service Trust. For those of you who know me some time will probably know I've been a community first responder for the ambulance service for 20 years, just under that, and for a number of years for MAGPAS before that, and that's all voluntary. Community first responders are dispatched by ambulance control when somebody phones 39s. Just for those of you who don't know, I'll be very quick. Somebody who phones 39s, if there are community first responders who are booked on duty, they'll be dispatched at the same time. And the whole point is that we get there before the ambulance does. And so sometimes we can be there sometime in times of high demand, or those responders who are actually outside the city in small villages can be there for some time. But what I wanted to say about that is that it can be a very good path for a lot of people to a new career. So we're not being exploited, they are not being exploited. East Anglian Ambulance Trust have always been very good to us, and reading through the 10 points of this, all of that is covered very well, and we're always very well looked after. We're certainly not a substitute for full-time employment. We're not paramedics, we're very well trained, but we're not paramedics and we're not doctors. But we do supplement what the ambulance service do if they're not able to arrive as fast as they would like. And on some occasions, we will be the first person that the casualty sees at the door. But I do welcome this, that it is laid out in the way it is. I've never seen this before until Councillor Smith brought this. So I'll be talking to the East trainers about this, hopefully if it passes this evening, and I'm sure they'll be pleased also. For my part, I'm also moving on a little bit, and we'll be training the community first responders as they feel I've been around long enough And I really ought to be going to train somebody else. Stop banging on people's doors, it frightens people. I think everyone will be pleased to see this laid out. So thank you for bringing this motion. But I also understand, before I sit down, I also understand Councillor Briggs' perspective as well. There are two sides to this. But I just really unmercilessly use this as a platform to push the community first responders that a lot of people do not know about. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Huck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak quickly. There's, of course, a lot to be said about the role of volunteers to complement and not replace the council services. And the prime example at this time of the year is pruning the vegetation that is conquering our foot and cycle paths, open spaces, playgrounds, and exercise equipment around the city, where more could and should be done. So be careful on your way home. The council has several volunteering schemes to facilitate this, but in my experience, this is often not taken up by residents because it is not clear to them what it involves. There are administrative hurdles, they only want to do it when others or when they see others doing it, etc. So the first steps are always the most difficult ones. And some residents are asking the relevant question what they are actually paying council tax for. Everything volunteers do, paid workers could do. Especially with cutting hedges, why is the council not doing it? So why should volunteers do it? So somebody has to explain where the line is. I don't object to this motion, but I don't see much point of it either. So instead of preaching to us about volunteering spirit and presenting herself as the patroness of our volunteers, maybe Councillor Smith could actually do something concrete to make it easier for our residents to help themselves. For example, what about starting by consulting our residents about what would make it easier for them to volunteer, or asking existing volunteers how they can be supported more? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I spent several years as communities exec in which I have spoken extensively with volunteering organisations and with third sector groups, and that is why I have brought that motion. And I think that last comment should be retracted. I think it is insulting.
Is there anyone else to speak? Councillor Tong?
I know it's late, but I thought I may as well note that I'm hugely in support of this motion. I think it's a great cause and it is put forward in the spirit of trying to protect volunteers from being exploited and also trying to protect employees from, again, kind of being taken advantage of. So really good stuff.
Councillor Bennett, please.
I share Councillor Tong's enthusiasm for this motion, and I just want to make some very quick references to the Charter principles. Principle 1, all volunteering is undertaken by choice, and all individuals should have their right to volunteer or not to volunteer. Given the crazy conservative national service or forced volunteering suggestion we had recently, I think we all see the need for principle number 1. It's not just enough to saddle our youth with student debt and 60% of their earnings going on rent. We have to sort of expect them to work for free as well. So I really support principle 1. And principle 2, I have a lot of elderly residents in my ward who love volunteering but are on very low incomes, and having their expenses paid means they're not choosing between volunteering they enjoy and which is their only social outlet and missing meals. So I really support principle 2. I could go on through this entire charter, but it's nearly tomorrow, so I'll just stop and say I will be supporting this motion.
Yep, go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, apologies. I didn't know if this was necessary, but while it's on my mind, like Councillor Todd Jones, I'd like to flag that I'm in a union, I'm in Unite, so, I think it was Councillor Todd Jones that flagged that. Just wanted to make sure.
Councillor Sir Robertson.
Every single one of us is. It's not. Let's virtues.
I would like the questions now put to the House.
Any debates? Can we move on to vote? Yeah. No, not vote, sorry. It's mid of the night. Councillor Nestor, as a seconder of the original motion, do you wish to speak?
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to read this about a minute of Councillor Rachel Way, that she couldn't be here tonight, but I wanted to read everybody her statement that I think will clarify a few things and also put you in the perspective for those that are against this motion. So, as a TU activist, representative, and member since age 18, unpaid and part-time work, the question I ask myself most often is, why do I do it? The same question that is, I'm sure, directed at many other volunteers. I can honestly say that as a TU rep, you do at times wonder why, but that moment is brief. It is for me simply the right thing to do. I get involved because I believe passionately that to support and stand beside our neighbours and colleagues in either role is a sign of our shared compassion and humanity. Volunteering to fundraise for the miners decades ago, or a school to help a child read and understand her first book, as a befriender at Eddie's, telephone supporter during COVID for the Red Cross, all of these volunteer roles gave me a sense of achievement and connection and helped my understanding of my community, whatever form that community takes. The TU movement speaks to the strength of volunteers who commit time and their skills to get involved in their workplace for the benefit of their colleagues. To volunteer is to receive a valuable gift, that of connection and a sense that together we can change the narrative from isolation, loneliness, and sometimes despair to that of hope, a shared hope, and comfort. Together we are strong. Each week at the City Food Hubs, we see through volunteers' direct action, bonding and empowering of individuals that felt unseen and overwhelmed by circumstance. To help others benefits our societies and us. To be seen, valued, and respected. To serve with dignity, fight for the dignity of others, for volunteers, time and commitment. To be validated is what this motion speaks to. I commend it to you. Thank you.
Councillor Anna Smith, as the mover of the original motion, do you have the right to reply up to 3 minutes. Do you want to speak?
30 seconds. I just wanted to reassure people and to be really clear, there's nothing here whatsoever that undermines our excellent and growing relationship with our third voluntary sector. This motion is about committing, as a council, to our relationship being non-exploitative and benefiting everyone concerned so that the entire city can benefit. I think it's a shame that that potentially has been misrepresented by some in this room, but I would commend this to the whole room. I think it is a really valuable motion for us to be committing to.
Thank you. Members, we will now move to the electronic vote on the main motion. Is 423 and abstention 10. Therefore, the motion is carried. Now, agenda item 9, written questions. Members, to note, there are no written questions in this evening. Agenda item 10, to note the record of urgent officer decision. Members are asked to note agenda item 10A, appointment of the councillor representative to conservators of River Camp. Agenda item 11, notification of appointment of section 151 officer. Members are asked to note the appointment of Jody Etherton as the councillor's section 151 officer. Members, I will now move to the item 6A recommendation from the Employment Senior Officer Committee. Item 6A is Employment Senior Officer Committee, potential termination of post of Chief Executive Office, and corporate group design. The recommendation is contained on page number 131 of the agenda. Officers have advised that if members wish to discuss details of this report, then we will need to move into exempt session, as this may contain information about individual of the council. Can I now move? Are there any debate on this? So, yeah, can we now move on to electronic vote? Why vote yes? Who's not voted? Simon Smith. Lokmotawa, she's called. Right? Did you vote? Therefore, the 433 and no abstention, none against. Therefore, it is carried. Thank you. That now concludes the council meeting. Please, good members, take their own rubbish home or dispose of it. The bin provided, and return any used glasses to the red tray outside of the committee room. Please put the meeting producer and the live stream. Thank you.